and no country can overcome it alone. Our only chance of lifting millions of people out of hunger is to act together, urgently and with solidarity. Thank you.
Secretary General, thank you very much for your important words and also for the very concrete suggestions and ideas that it's a pleasure now for me to give the floor to my friend, representative from Senegal and current African President.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Secretary of State, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Secretary of State. First and foremost, on behalf of my President Macky Sall, who is the helm of the African Union, I would like to thank you very specifically for inviting us here today and for the urgent appeal so that we may tackle this very serious and long-standing question of food security. I would like to welcome the commitment by Secretary General Guterres to promote
sermaye de daxil olmaqla imkanlar
haqqında
bir-birimizin məlumatlandırmaq, həmçinin işgüzar əlaqələr qurmaq üçün yaxşı fürsətdir. Düşünürəm ki, yaxın gələcəkdə bir araya gələcək birgə hökumətlər arası komissiya bizim işgüzar dairələrin səylərini əlaqələndirəcək, eyni zamanda hər iki ölkədə iş qurmaq üçün çoxlu
and agricultural inputs, we're all affected, but mostly Africa is affected. Our meeting today is very pertinent because it shows that we need to have solidarity and we need to act together so we do not fall into all of those ills. We need to fight against famine, malnutrition, poverty, and debt, armed conflicts, climate change, a lack of vaccine or few vaccinations against COVID-19. As you said, the situation in Africa is more than concerning. Ladies and gentlemen, for Africa, we need to note that the numbers can show things to us.
According to the FAO, 257 million people suffer from hunger in Africa, and most of them in sub-Saharan Africa. According to the World Food Programme, drought is threatening 20 million people of hunger in the Horn of Africa. The COVID pandemic has already triggered an economic contraction of 3.2%, and it has pushed 55 million Africans into poverty. Among the 80 countries in dependence in the world, most of them are located in Africa. So that is the situation that we must deal with. And to this dire situation, we must add the situation of the war in Ukraine. We must therefore see in Africa a special, exceptional situation, and the situation needs exceptional measures. This is why we are very happy that you sent us this invitation to think about this problem with you. Our production is weak. Regardless of our problems, as you said, both of you, regardless of the problems that we are experiencing, we do have within ourselves the capabilities to overcome them if we do want to overcome them, and if we do believe in ourselves. I do believe in ourselves. So what must we do? What must we do after this observation? What do you propose? What type of solutions are we proposing? Well, first of all, we believe that we must contain, by all means possible, inflation. Inflation via multilateral financial support at a much greater extent. No conditional, less conditional, and that will allow developing countries to resist to the economic shock and to the financial shock. Therefore, I invite the G7, the G20, the IMF, the World Bank to reactivate the debt suspension service as mentioned by the task force that you established yourself, Mr. Secretary General, and President Macky Sall, as President of the AU, is one of the champions. We believe that this solution will be capable, at least for us, to confront the food crisis in order to reschedule the debts over 5 years. The second solution is to transfer the special drawing rights from the rich countries to African countries. We also mentioned it according to modalities that need to be agreed upon. Africa has $256 billion. Well, as of now, we have only received $33 billion, so the gap is enormous. The third option is to encourage social spending for the most vulnerable sectors of the population. That is what we did in Senegal, and President Macky Sall, just a week ago, launched this major program, which represents an idea of supporting 142,000 poor households. And as you said, Mr. Secretary General, we must maintain the supply chains for grain, and we must keep them open in order to stabilize prices and to unleash all of the stocks and to make them available to the entire world. And thanks to this, we'll be able to build a strong resilience. We must find ways to act right now on a humanitarian basis. Now, before it is too late. This is why, and here I will conclude, we must unleash the stock of grain around the world and make them available and accessible to all. This will be our first priority as of now. However, the African Union, under the presidency of Mr. Sall, will dedicate the Malabo Summit soon to this fundamental and pressing issue. Africa is waiting for you. Africa is waiting from the international community and from its partners to show their strong commitment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bu səbəbdən biz daha çox insan üçün iş yerlərinə sahib
straight from the airplane, I believe, to my good friend Annalena, both in her capacity as the representative from Germany, but also as this year's chair of the G7.
Thanks a lot. The plane was a bit late. Secretary General, Secretary of State, Tony, Minister, dear Aisata, Executive Director, dear David Bisley, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. To a starving family in Somalia, to a frightened mother in Yemen, to a hungry school kid in Mali. Russia's war in Ukraine might seem thousands of kilometers away. Its devastating effects, however, are hitting those mothers and fathers, children, and everybody in society directly and with terrible consequences. Russia is not only leading its brutal war with tanks, missiles, and bombs. Russia is leading its war with another terrible but more silent weapon, hunger and deprivation. By blocking Ukrainian ports, by destroying silos, streets, railroads, and especially farmers' fields. Russia has launched a grain war, stocking a global food crisis. It is doing so at a time when millions are already being threatened by hunger, particularly in the Middle East and Africa. Due to the devastating effects of the climate crisis, due to the COVID pandemic, due to conflicts raging in their own regions. When I met villagers in Mali and Niger a couple of weeks ago, they told me what it means when the price of grain is doubling on the local market. It means their childs go to bed hungry. It means a family is in pain. The world's poorest are paying the devastating price for Russia's ruthless war. In Mali, now the bread
Biz Azərbaycanı önəmli nəqliyyat mərkəzinə çevirdik və Azərbaycanın rolu mütləq şəkildə artacaq. Çünki bu yaxınlarda nəqliyyat infrastrukturumuzun necə istifadə edilməsi ilə bağlı qonşularımızdan çox sayda yeni təkliflər almışıq. Və əlbəttə, öncə dediyim kimi, bu Litva və Azərbaycandan olan biznes dairələrinin əməkdaşlığı üçün önəmli olacaq. Kommunikasiyanın last
yaxşı
week
yollarının tapılması
to support Ukraine in keeping up its
çox vacib
production
olacaq.
and to be able to export the grain
Azərbaycanda
which is
ümumi
needed
iqtisadi
so
artımdan
heavily
danışarkən biz
worldwide.
enerji təhlükəsizliyi
And to
məsələsinə
step up
toxunmalıyıq.
with aid to those
Bu gün
women,
Azərbaycan
men and
öz
children
enerji
who most urgently
təhlükəsizliyini
need it.
100% təmin edir. Və
Overall,
digər
Germany
bir
is
çox ölkələr, o
providing
cümlədən
4
Avropa
billion
İttifaqı
euros
üzvləri üçün də
related to food
enerji
security this
təhlükəsizliyini
year.
təmin edir.
But, and this is my second
Biz
point,
neft,
we
qaz,
must also look
elektrik
beyond
enerjisi,
the
neft-kimya
here and
məhsulları
now.
ixrac edirik və
The
bizim
bitter truth
planlarımızda
is that the global food
qazın,
crisis will
elektrik
not be
enerjisinin
solved
və
overnight.
neft-kimya məhsullarının
That's why
böyük
we must
həcmdə
focus on
ixracını
all the factors
artırmaq
contributing
daxildir.
to hunger. We must tackle the climate crisis. We must
Neft
help
ixracına
farmers
gəldikdə,
become less vulnerable to
İxracın
drought,
bugünkü
floods,
profili
and
bizi və
extreme rain.
istehlakçıları qane
We must
edir.
also continue our fight against
Eyni
COVID,
zamanda
making
bugünkü
sure
geosiyasi
nobody is
vəziyyəti
left
nəzərə
behind.
alsaq, aydın
As
olur ki,
G7 foreign
Azərbaycanın
ministers, we
enerji
have just agreed
resurslarına
on an action plan
ehtiyac heç
to
vaxt
support
olmadığı
vaccination
qədər
campaigns
böyük
in the
olacaq.
global south with almost
Və bu
4
il biz
billion
artıq
US
Azərbaycanla
dollars.
Avropa İttifaqı arasında
We will
enerji
only
dialoquna
succeed,
başlamışıq.
and you've
O
underlined
bir
this,
çox
if we
sahələri,
work together.
neft, qaz,
And this is my
elektrik
third
enerjisi,
point.
hidrogen
That's
və
why I would
bərpa
like to
olunan
thank you,
enerji
Tony, for
mənbələrini
bringing us
əhatə
together
edir.
today. That's why, Secretary General, we thank you
Bizim
for
aramızda
launching
tam
the Global
anlaşma var
Crisis
və
Response
biz
Group,
böyük
a
həvəslə
crucial
çalışırıq.
initiative
Çünki
because
bu halda
this
hər bir
debate
tərəf
needs
olur.
to be inclusive,
Azərbaycana
with a
etibarlı və
global
uzun
reach,
müddətli
bringing
bazarlar,
together donors and
ədalətli
those in
nizamlama
need.
və
And that's also why we
qanunvericiliyi
will
olan
use our G7
bazarlar
presidency
lazımdır.
to push this crucial battle. The Global Alliance for
Bu
Food
isə
Security
Avropa bazarıdır.
that was initiated
Avropa
by the
istehlakçılarına isə
G7
əlavə
and will
enerji
be launched
resursları mənbələri
tomorrow is
lazımdır.
one important step. It will
Bu
feed
baxımdan
into the
əlbəttə ki,
UN
Azərbaycan
level.
Avropa İttifaqı
Colleagues and
tərəfindən
friends,
töhfə verən tərəf kimi qəbul
Don't
edilir.
fall for Russia's
Bərpa
disinformation
olunan enerjinin
campaign.
2030-cu
There are no
ilə qədər
sanctions, not a
ümumi
single one
balansımızda
on grain
ən
exports
azı
or
30%
fertilizers.
olması
There are
planlarımızı
no
nəzərə alaraq
sanctions impeding
edirəm
humanitarian
ki,
aid.
həmin planlara
Let's be
dəyişiklik
very
edilə
clear.
bilər.
It's Russia's ruthless war
Fikrimcə
that's
biz
putting
hətta
millions of
enerji
lives
balansımızda
and
30
at
və ya
risk.
40% bərpa olunan
But we will
enerjini
stand
nəzərdə tuta
idle
bilərik.
by. We will act.
Onda
At this
əlbəttə ki,
time, when an
Avropa
inhuman war
istehlakçıları
is
üçün
causing
bərpa olunan
such
enerji
terrible
mənbələri
suffering
hesabına
across the
istehsal
globe,
olunmuş enerji
that's a matter of responsibility,
daha çox
of
cəlb edici ola bilər.
solidarity, and of humanity. And
Biz
that's
bunun
why we
üzərində
are all
işləyirik.
here to stand with the poor.
Bu nöqteyi nəzərdən biz düzgün
Thank you,
yolda
Minister Vibak, very much.
İqtisadi
Secretary General, thank you
davamlılığa
for
gəldikdə isə Azərbaycan
starting us
artıq
off. Greatly
xarici
appreciate everything
yardımı
you're doing every day
və
on
ya
this. Thank you.
beynəlxalq kreditləri alan ölkə deyil.
So now I would like to turn to the Executive Director of the World Food Program,
Biz
David
kreditləri
Beasley.
götürürük,
David, the floor is yours.
lakin yalnız yüksək texnoloji layihələrə onları cəlb edirik. Eyni zamanda biz donora çevririk.
Is the mic working? There we go. Mr. Secretary, it's great to be with you. Thank you for calling this a very important session. And let me be very clear and to the point. Failure to open the ports will be a declaration of war on global food security, resulting in famine and destabilization of nations, as well as mass migration by necessity. It is absolutely essential that we allow these ports to open, because this is not just about Ukraine. This is about the poorest of the poor around the world who are on the brink of starvation as we speak. So I ask President Putin, if you have any heart at all, please open these ports. Please assure everyone concerned that the passageways will be clear so that we can feed the poorest of the poor and avert famine as we've done in the past, when nations in this room have stepped up together the call of action to prevent catastrophe from year after year. It's hard to believe that Ukraine, a nation that grows enough grain to feed 400 million people, is now out of production. Mr. Secretary, it's critical that these farms get back in operation, that the trucks and the trains and the ships move again. The World Food Program, we fed about 130 million people last year, assisted in some way or another. This year, we expect that number to be about 150. 50% of the grains that we buy come from Ukraine. But there's also 7.6 other billion people that depend upon the markets for grain, the commodities that all in this room produce, and the market volatility that has been created by this war is something that the world, in a fragile time like this, after years of conflict, COVID, and climate shocks, the world is too fragile. Mr. Secretary, over 25 nations depend on 50% or more of their grain from this region. Your numbers that you gave and the Secretary General of how much food is produced in this region is a serious matter as it can possibly be. Our operational cost, because of fuel, food price increasing, shipping costs, is already increased over $71 million per month. That means we will be feeding 4 million less people in a time where there's unprecedented increase in global food insecurity. When I started this job just 5 years ago, there were 80 million people marching to starvation. Not chronic hunger, that's another number. It jumped right before COVID to 135. COVID comes along with the economic ripple effect. Of course, you've got to ask the question, why did it jump? It was war and conflict and climate shock. And then COVID comes along with economic devastation of the poorest of the poor countries. $30 trillion or more economic stimulus packages passed. We thought that COVID would be behind us, only to see it ripple again and again and again. And the poorest of the poor countries don't have the safety net finances that they need because they're in so much debt now. It's a very, very fragile time on planet Earth. The world is on fire. We have solutions. We need to act, and we need to act now. The silos are full. Will the silos full? Because the ports are not operating. Why are the ports not operating? Because there's a blockade that will not allow the food that will feed the world to pass. The farmers need to be back in the field. We need to get those silos empty, but we can't do it without the ports being operational. So, Mr. Secretary, I do want to say a special thanks to the United States, and I say this from the bottom of my heart. I have seen Democrats and Republicans fight over everything, but this week when I saw them coming together for extraordinary cooperation on international food security and humanitarian response to the Ukraine crisis, it warms my heart and gives me hope. And many of you in this room have been stepping up for the last few years. Thank you very much, but there are others in this room that need to step up more than you have. The world is on fire. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish at a time like this. Germany did a very simple study just a year ago that showed in the Syrian crisis with 1 million refugees that ended up in Germany. And guess what? Refugees don't want to leave home. But if they don't have food to any degree of peace, they would do what every single person in this room would do as a mom and dad. They would leave to get that peace. But those 1 million that we could have fed inside Syria for 50 cents a day ended up for $125 billion at over $70 a day inside Germany. In the United States, we're now facing 5 times the number of people talking about migrating from Central America toward the United States border. Just in the past year, that number has increased that much. So it's going to cost us if we don't respond strategically and effectively. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you. The time is of the essence.
Mr. Director, thank you very much for that intervention, and thank you for your leadership every single day, really on the front lines of this crisis. I'd now like to give the floor to the representative from Yemen.
Mr. Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State of the Friendly United States of America, Mr. Anthony Gutierrez, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to register my thanks to the United States and Mr. Blinken for the invite to attend this important meeting that I hope to have an outcome of positive results, and it invites the most harmed countries under the impact of food security, and that we sponsor action to deal with the humanitarian needs as a result of this conflict, and to increase the resiliency to reach a better future that eradicates hunger. And on top of that is a sustainable development. In some areas, hunger and malnutrition represent main hurdles against development in many countries, particularly those that suffer from conflict. In this vein, allow me to talk about the situation in my country as one of the countries suffering the most and the one suffering the worst humanitarian crisis in accordance with the United Nations reports. And in accordance to the IPC reports and the World Food Organization, 4 million Yemenis need help and 20 million face hunger. The level of malnutrition amongst women and children is very high. This dark picture in Yemen is a result of the Houthi militias' actions in Yemen since year 2014. And so understanding the reasons of suffering and hunger in Yemen is a main way to understand the solution or look for it. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the truce reached by the envoy of the United Nations Secretary General gave a window of hope for Yemenis, and the government continues to cooperate and show flexibility to achieve a level of alleviating the suffering of Yemenis and cooperating with the United Nations and humanitarian aid organizations and trade, enabling Yemenis to move in and out of the country. And we do not want to see this window shut in the face of Yemenis due to the transience of the Yemeni Houthi militias and their insistence to achieve political gains and violating the truth and opportunities of achieving peace and ending war. Ladies and gentlemen, Yemen suffers from many factors that complicate the issue of food insecurity, and it is aggravated today due to the effects of the world food markets, due to the conflicts around the world, and especially the conflict in Ukraine. Yemen imports a lot of its food needs from Russia and Ukraine, and as such, its fragile situation is easily impacted by any instability in the international markets. And so we stress the need to pay close attention to the countries that suffer food insecurity and give them greater attention to avoid famine and disaster that are difficult to confront. And in our meeting today, with the initiative to confront food insecurity, there is a number of possibilities. Number one, to pressure Houthis to stop their violations of the truth and put the humanitarian needs first and foremost, and going with goodwill into negotiations to bring peace in Yemen. Solutions should be long-term and focus mainly on improving resiliency to the most vulnerable groups and to gradually get rid of monetary assistance. And here we stress on the need to connect both social and humanitarian aspects and increasing resiliency through all programs and humanitarian interventions. To achieve that, we should work with governments and beneficial governments to increase their capacities, their technical abilities, and reaching technological solutions to improve the national economy and creating employment opportunities. We should work to support less developed countries, particularly those who are living through conflict or post-conflict, and to deal with the climate change, as well as dealing with the COVID pandemic. The invite to act should be inclusive to bring a global movement to avoid the results of wars and conflicts and to ensure the flow of supply chains and to counter inflation and price increases. We should give priority to Yemeni wheat importers to reach the markets and to ensure that areas that are subject to the danger of famine can resist and remain active. And in the light of the great drop in the Yemeni rial's value against USD, we should create a special fund and special program to fund Yemeni imports, to enable Yemeni importers of wheat to find the working capital and to fund imports from international markets, to establish a new system that extends terms of payment between importers and international exporters to 60 days under the purview of an international financial organization. Finally, to exempt countries that suffer from humanitarian crises from the export exemptions by some countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. I'd now like to turn to the Foreign Minister from Italy, Luigi Di Maio. Luigi.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken for convening this meeting and Secretary General Antonio Guterres for strongly advocating a decisive action of the international community in front of the current food crisis. Food security is a long-standing priority of Italy's foreign policy. The international community must work in a coordinated way to achieve food security for all, especially at the time when the consequences, first of the pandemic and today of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, jeopardize this endeavor. The blockade of the port of Odessa is a matter of very serious concern because it prevents the export of Ukraine's available supplies of wheat. Therefore, today's discussion should also pave the way to possible strategies to restore grain shipments and avoid food shortages on a global scale. Food diplomacy is key to mitigate the crisis impact. For this reason, Italy fully supports initiatives launched in the G7 framework, starting with the Global Alliance on Food Security promoted by the G7 leaders. Thank you, Minister Baerbock, for your efforts, and welcome initiatives by partners such as the French Farm Initiative. Last year, as G20 presidency, Italy placed this issue high on the international agenda and promoted the adoption of the G20 Matera Declaration on Food Security. We co-organized in Rome, in partnership with the Special Advisor of the Secretary General and with FAO, the UN Food System Pre-Summit, jointly convened by Secretary General Guterres and Prime Minister Draghi. Italy stands behind the Rome-based UN agencies whose role is vital in facing food security challenges. In 2021, as a follow-up of the Matera Declaration, FAO launched the Food Coalition in partnership with Italy. On top of the 10 million euros already committed to the program, Italy is now announcing an additional 5 million euros in favor of the Food Coalition, mostly aimed at supporting Ukraine's food production. While welcoming discussions in all relevant fora in response to the current food crisis, we deem crucial to reach out to all concerned countries to understand their needs and engage them in identifying and implementing the required measures. With this spirit, Italy is contributing actively to the G7 outreach activities. We intend to give special attention to the regional level, as different regions have different food cultures and different kinds of vulnerabilities. Possible effects of this crisis on many Mediterranean countries are a matter of great concern for us. A diet based on wheat exposes them to serious consequences due to the spike in prices and to the uncertain future availability of wheat and other essential items. I discussed this issue this morning with Secretary General Guterres and President of the General Assembly, Said, highlighting Italy's proposals in that regard. In particular, in close coordination with the German presidency of the G7, we are organizing a Mediterranean ministerial dialogue on the food crisis in Rome on 8 June. We have invited 24 countries, with Germany, Turkey, and Lebanon as co-chairs, and key international organizations. FAO will provide technical support for the event and its follow-up, and the World Food Programme and DFID will offer their inputs. Dear colleagues, rest assured that Italy, as a representative of a prominent food culture in the world, is ready to do its part in coordination and synergy with the United Nations and all partners. Thank you very much.
Luigi, thank you. And I'd now like to turn to the representative from Brazil.
Muito obrigado, senhor secretário. O Brasil acompanha com apreensão os níveis crescentes de insegurança alimentar ao redor do mundo, no contexto da pandemia de Covid-19 e de sucessivas crises globais. Após décadas de notável e contínuo progresso, o número de pessoas que passam fome no mundo voltou a crescer, o que nos distancia da meta de erradicação da fome até 2030, estabelecida nos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Para reverter essa tendência, a solidariedade e a cooperação, mais do que nunca, devem pautar nossa conduta e nossas ações. Preocupam particularmente ao Brasil os impactos do conflito na Ucrânia, assim como de medidas conexas adotadas. Seus efeitos deletérios não apenas comprometeram a importante produção e exportação de alimentos daquele país, como também desestruturaram profundamente as cadeias globais de suprimentos de commodities. Insumos essenciais, como os fertilizantes, estão expostos ao risco da escassez e da alta de preços. Como sempre, os países em desenvolvimento e os grupos mais vulneráveis são desproporcionalmente afetados. Há sérios riscos de recrudescimento da insegurança alimentar e da fome, em especial nos países importadores líquidos de alimentos. Como um dos maiores produtores e exportadores de comidas do planeta, posição que alcançamos por meio do desenvolvimento de um modelo de agricultura tropical altamente eficiente, no qual coexistem diferentes sistemas de produção. O Brasil está mais do que pronto para fazer sua parte no fornecimento de alimentos. Nas últimas 5 décadas, apostando em ciência e inovação, utilizamos a tecnologia para expandir a produção, a partir do aumento da produtividade com sustentabilidade. Alcançamos até 3 colheitas por ano na mesma área. Com menos de 30% do nosso território dedicados à agricultura e à pecuária, provamos que a agricultura pode ser fonte de crescimento econômico, inclusão social e preservação ambiental. Estamos cientes de nossa responsabilidade como fornecedores confiáveis de alimentos de qualidade, diante da crescente demanda global. O Brasil é um dos únicos países do mundo capazes de aumentar sua produção sem incorporar novas áreas à atividade produtiva. Entretanto, o sucesso do modelo brasileiro depende da integração das diversas cadeias produtivas de insumos e de produção de alimentos. No mundo globalizado, produzir não significa apenas plantar e colher. Inclui também garantir o suprimento de sementes, fertilizantes, defensivos e combustíveis, combinar tudo isso com tecnologia e distribuir os gêneros alimentícios pelo planeta. É por isso que a segurança alimentar, enquanto meta comum, é responsabilidade de todos. Nesse sentido, é crucial manter mercados abertos e evitar barreiras injustificadas, tanto às importações quanto às exportações. Fazemos um chamado para que a comunidade internacional reafirme seu compromisso com o livre comércio na agricultura, de modo a promover a prosperidade e contribuir com a luta contra a fome e a má nutrição. É necessário estimular um ambiente de negócios que permita um fluxo desimpedido do comércio internacional de alimentos e insumos. Temos ciência de que as crises recentes que enfrentamos têm estimulado um sentimento de busca pela autossuficiência. Porém, em um mundo interdependente e interconectado, nenhum país pode manter-se isolado e prosperar. Além disso, devemos proteger os mandatos das organizações internacionais responsáveis pelo tema do comércio agrícola e da segurança alimentar, como a Organização Mundial do Comércio, a OMC, e a Organização das Nações Unidas para a Alimentação e Agricultura, a FAO. Para que possam concretizar seus mandatos, essas organizações devem manter-se focadas em suas prioridades fundamentais e evitar a politização e a polarização. Nesse período desafiador em que os fantasmas da doença e da fome voltam a nos assombrar, devemos reafirmar os princípios e valores fundamentais que nos permitiram trabalhar juntos no passado para promover a paz e enfrentar a fome, a solidariedade, a cooperação, o desenvolvimento sustentável e o livre comércio. O Brasil está pronto para fazer a sua parte. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I'd like to turn now to our colleague from Ghana.
Secretary Blinken, Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, colleague ministers, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The call this afternoon to action on global food security is both crucial and timely. A global food crisis triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic and its supply chain impacts is being aggravated and exacerbated by the ongoing war in Ukraine. As Dr. Adesina, the president of the African Development Bank, testified before the U.S. Senate Appropriations Subcommittee on State and Foreign Operations a week ago, I quote, "The magnitude of food price increases and disruptions caused by the Russian-Ukraine conflict have hit Africa harder than other developing regions of the world, threatening to topple the continent's food systems already stressed by the COVID-19 pandemic," unquote. The ramifications indeed go beyond our food systems. Entire economies have been disrupted, with millions and millions experiencing severe economic hardships under conditions that threaten the stability of national life. The need for urgent and bold international action, both to respond to the humanitarian disaster unfolding in parts of Africa and to build resilience for the future, has never been more urgent. Let me thank the United States and you, Secretary Blinken, for your leadership on this vital global issue. I would like to make a few brief points on the way forward. First, we call for a global plan that ensures a well-sequenced, timely, systematic, and comprehensive response to the crisis that we face. That plan should support the implementation of the African Common Position for Sustainable Food Systems. It should address the $1.5 billion United States Africa Emergency Food Production Plan and deepen support for existing initiatives that have shown great promise and which can serve as the global bulwark in diversifying risks and enhancing global redundancy, such as the West African Food Security Storage Strategy. Second, there is urgent need to strengthen and broaden partnerships in agricultural research and education, as well as in the provision of agricultural inputs such as fertilizers, seeds, and good agriculture practices. We commend the United States government's implementation of the Enhancing Growth through Regional Agricultural Input Systems program in West Africa and call on other partners to follow suit. In this connection, we welcome the Global Alliance for Food Security and the European Union's Food and Agricultural Resilience Finance (FARM). Let me stress that whilst we support new and innovative initiatives, those should be additional steps and can be part of the longer-term response. Third, the collaborative efforts of the IMF and the World Bank in filling the financing gap in Africa in response to the COVID-19 pandemic provides a model for replicating and building resilience in middle and low-income countries in the face of the multiple impacts of COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine, including the effect of sanctions against the Russian Federation and the blockage of Black Sea ports. In the case of Ghana, the $100 million fast-track facility and a $65 million contingency emergency financing of the World Bank, as well as the IMF's $1 billion special drawing rights for Ghana, facilitated the government's COVID-19 emergency preparedness and response project. In addition, we need to seriously tackle the urgent and pressing task of building the resilience of vulnerable communities in West Africa and the Sahel against drought and desertification in order to mitigate and reverse the debilitating effect of climate change for food production. As we meet here, The worst drought in decades is threatening an estimated 50 million people in the Horn of Africa, while the number of hungry in the Sahel and West Africa has quadrupled. More support is required to make available the food supplies needed in the current environment of food shortages and high prices. We call on the international humanitarian community to become part of national and regional coordination mechanisms for programming and responding to humanitarian crises, and to align their interventions with national and regional response plans. They should make full use of endogenous mechanisms, in particular local, national, and regional reserves. In conclusion, I wish to urge us all to use the collective power of our voices and resources to galvanize global action to ensure food security and achieve Goal 2 of the SDGs. I thank you for your attention.
Mr. Batri, thank you very, very much. And I'd like to turn now to the representative and Foreign Minister from Turkey, Mevlut. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Secretary Blinken, dear Tony, for this initiative. Dear friends, dear colleagues, the world is facing a hunger crisis. The World Health Organization estimates that more than 800 million people still face hunger. Conflict is by far the biggest driver of this. Around 60% of the world's hungry people live in the conflict zones. Every new conflict pushes a new wave of people into hunger. In particular, the Russia-Ukraine conflict and Russia's aggression poses a significant challenge, as both countries are major global food suppliers. A decrease in their ability to produce and export will directly impact global food security. We need international collaboration to ensure that this war doesn't worsen the hunger crisis. This is yet another reason why we should end this war, and we should work for the peaceful resolution of conflicts. Dear colleagues, dear friends, a humanitarian approach is at the center of our policies. This is also true for the crisis we face today. We facilitate the UN's humanitarian operations from Turkey, both for staff deployment and delivery of aid. We support the Secretary General's efforts to establish humanitarian corridors to ensure food security. Together with the UN, we are working to ensure the safe passage of Ukrainian ships carrying grain. We are working to establish a contact group on all these humanitarian issues. And we welcome Italy's timely initiative to form the Ministerial Mediterranean Dialogue on the Food Security Crisis. And we will co-chair the UN upon the invitation of my dear friend Luigi, Minister Di Maio. Despite all these efforts, we know that there is still more to be done. Dear colleagues, today I am pleased to announce that Turkey will implement a 6-point package to support the global food security call to action. We will provide seasoned and technical expertise to the most affected countries. We will work on national trade facilitation measures to benefit the most affected countries. We will provide different types of support, including food aid for particularly refugees. And we are ready to coordinate our aid with our partners in the execution of pledges. And funds and facilities to be received under the FAO-Turkey Partnership Program will be transferred to food security-related efforts. Finally, we reaffirm our dedication to UN Food System Summit commitments and enhance our cooperation with international organizations. Dear friends, in 1932 and 1933, due to the Holodomor, mass famine, some 8 million people in Ukraine and around 10 million in the region lost their lives. But famine has no place or excuse in the 21st century. The actions we set the ground for today will mitigate an emerging crisis, improve agriculture, and save lives. Turkey is ready and willing to act and endorses the roadmap for global food security call to action. Thank you very much once again, Tony.
Mevlut, thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to the representative from Kenya. Rachel, Madam Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to thank Honorable Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America, for jointly organizing this meeting today at the UN. I look forward to our deliberations, that they will shine light on issues of global food security. Just as we struggle to emerge from the COVID pandemic, and we must remember that the COVID pandemic is not over, we are learning harsh lessons in Africa about the vulnerability of all countries to global crises. The pandemic led us to understand that we must begin to act to develop Africa's pharmaceutical sector and to strengthen our public health institutions. The effect of the war in Ukraine on food and fertilizer supplies needs to lead us to undertake structural reforms in our agricultural sector in Africa. We need to reflect on Africa's unfavorable integration into the world economic order and our susceptibility to shocks from afar. We need a global order that will release Africa from the shackles of dependency, the shackles of a state in which Africa is unable to make its own decisions. We need to return Africa to a state of self-reliance. There are many other conflicts that are plaguing Africa. Internally, we see food security being challenged, we see displacement, we see destructions of food production, and we see disruptions of supply chains and markets. Additionally, we are seeing a surge of energy and fuel prices, which is causing a spike in food commodities, as has been noted by other speakers. What we are witnessing, ladies and gentlemen, is threat conflation in Africa in unprecedented levels, and it is creating circumstances for real crisis on our continent. It is not sufficient for this status quo to continue. Indeed, in places like the Horn of Africa, the drought there is so serious that 200 million people are likely to go hungry this year. The food crisis in Africa may lead to direct reversals in development, political instability, and the escalation of conflicts at all levels. Therefore, Excellencies, it is time that we must make and take bold actions. Our actions must solve problems in multiple ways and create solutions that are also multifaceted. And therefore, we must aim to achieve the SDGs, SDGs 1 and 2, and not to politicize food security. The first thing that we must do is end wars. The guns in Europe must be silenced. They must be silenced to enable global supply chains to stabilize. They must be silenced so that food can move, so that those who are vulnerable can eat. The guns in Europe must be silenced because diplomacy works, because negotiation works, and we ask for a return to these principles that have underpinned multilateralism since the last war in Europe in 1945. We need a new multilateralism that will enable us to reform agricultural systems in Africa, that will be able to create employment, affordable food, access to wealth, and changes for a whole generation of young people who are living in the brink. We seek a coordination so that we can have investment, so that we can share knowledge, so that we can uplift the lives of thousands. We seek a new multilateralism so that there may be a new peace, a peace that looks at the reform of global financial institutions, that helps those who are indebted survive. We seek practical steps to access to debt relief, to concessional finance and grants, to designing appropriate de-risking and lending instruments for increased investment in Africa. We need a refreshment of our global order so that food crises do not break countries, so that energy crises do not destroy the future of a whole generation of young people. We want an end to the disruption that comes from pandemics, that come from armed conflicts, that worsen climate change. We need a peace for development. We urge that as we consider conflicts across the world that are affecting global security, that are affecting global food security, that we have mercy on those who are the most vulnerable, that there will be mercy for victims of war, that there will be mercy of victims of hunger, that we will build a new world based on a dispensation of partnership, a dispensation of a new multilateralism. We submit and thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Malmo. I would like to give the floor now to the representative from Ireland.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Distinguished colleagues, friends, I would like to begin by thanking the United States for continuing to champion this critical issue. This is an issue which our two countries have worked closely in the past, and we are committed to continuing that cooperation. The world faces a cascading series of crises. The COVID pandemic, a changing climate, and conflict are creating complex, volatile and uncertain environment for the world's most vulnerable people and their food security. The current acute hunger crisis facing millions is a result of conflict. Millions of people in already food insecurity in countries such as Ethiopia, Yemen, South Sudan and Syria face greater obstacles to feed themselves as a result of the current crisis. Let there be no mistake. Responsibility for the rapidly worsening food security crisis now confronting us all lies fully with the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation must end its blockade, which is impeding Ukrainian food production and exports. It must end its illegal invasion of Ukraine. But, Chair, it's all too easy to focus solely on the latest crisis when global food security demands our sustained attention. And that's why we need to invest not only in immediate humanitarian response, but also in the medium and long-term resilience that will empower those most vulnerable to withstand the inevitable shocks to come. We have learned difficult lessons from previous food crises. So, colleagues, it would be frankly negligent to ignore those lessons now. Ireland's commitment to those most affected by protracted crises has been clear over the years. We have provided sustained investment in social protection, gender equality and food systems. We have consistently championed those left furthest behind and sought to empower them. And we have deliberately worked to ensure that our humanitarian assistance is timely, is flexible and well targeted. We've also worked to support communities in many countries to address the devastating impact of climate change on their lives. This support included the Lake Chad Basin and the small island developing states, among many others. Ireland's commitment is also demonstrated by our decision last year to commit $800 million of investment over the next 5 years to nutrition, by our $75 million 3-year strategic partnership with the World Food Programme to support their tireless efforts to address famine and to championing the most vulnerable. Ireland, though, also sees a critical role for IFAD in supporting the medium to long-term response to this crisis. IFAD has a proven track record in directing climate and food security finance to those who need it most. Therefore, I am pleased to announce today an additional funding of €1 million towards its response to the crisis. The ongoing efforts to establish a food systems coordination hub in the Food and Agricultural Organisation will also be essential to our collective efforts in working on food systems. And let's not forget to focus on food quality and nutrition, the right food at the right time to the right people. Only by building sustainable food systems, as we all committed to last year at the Food Systems Summit, can we truly build long-term resilience and the basis for peace in many of the world's hunger hotspots. So, Chair, Ireland also fully supports the Secretary-General's Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance. This group can provide the necessary leadership to ensure a rapid, coordinated and coherent response that can mitigate the worst impacts of the current food insecurity crisis and save lives. However, as well as treating the symptoms, we must treat the disease. And as we'll discuss tomorrow, we must seek to prevent and end the conflicts that are now the biggest driver of hunger. Ireland will continue to use our voice as an elected member of the United Nations Security Council to emphasise the impact of conflict on global hunger. We will speak out against the use of starvation as a weapon of war and to champion coherent and coordinate responses to food security crises. We will continue to work to prevent conflict before it begins, to end, and conflicts before they result in hunger. Anticipatory and preventive actions are not only possible, but they are a moral obligation. Colleagues, our conversation today is a clear illustration of how critical it is that we come together now and that we act. Collectively, we have the understanding, we have the means, all we need is the will. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister Brophy. I'd like to turn now to our colleague from Kazakhstan. The floor is yours, Mukhtar.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary of State, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan is deeply concerned that armed conflicts remain a major factor causing or aggravating food insecurity and malnutrition, with the increasing number of people requiring urgent food aid. COVID-19 has further exacerbated the hunger in conflict-affected and vulnerable countries and regions. Under these circumstances, Kazakhstan calls on all parties to armed conflicts to comply with their obligation under international humanitarian law, including with respect to farms, markets, water systems, mills, food processing, storage sites, and hubs and means for food transportation. For its part, Kazakhstan has been consistently strengthening its agricultural capacity and building the infrastructure needed to export products to foreign markets. It has extensive transit and transport system for these peoples. In Central Asia, we continue our humanitarian assistance and work towards food security in Afghanistan specifically. We are cooperating with the UN system and international partners in this direction. The World Food Programme purchased 20,000 tons of Kazakh flour for Afghanistan in October last year, which was received by Afghan people in December. We are exploring options to expand this cooperation with the UNAMA office in Almaty and other partners. We invite the support and cooperation of all interested international agencies, including the Islamic Organization for Food Security located in Kazakhstan. Currently, this organization is implementing the Afghanistan Food Security Program, which includes projects on wheat flour, emergency food, water filtration, and cereals cultivation. My country is also ready to provide reliable routes for delivery of international humanitarian aid into Afghanistan. In his remarks to the Food System Summit last September, President Tokayev underlined the importance of global cooperation to solve this challenge. I wish to underscore that developing countries require a holistic security and development approach, since sustainable development is not possible without peace and vice versa. Such efforts should receive strong financial aid from development partners. In particular, we call on development partners to increase their international financial support for efforts to increase labor productivity in agricultural sector for countries in need. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to reiterate today Kazakhstan's long-standing commitment to be a reliable international partner, to share its experience in the relevant domains, and to play its part in cooperation with you all against hunger and food insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I'd like to go now to the representative from Guyana.
Excellencies, colleagues, dear Tony, it's great to see you. The cascading crisis of COVID-19, conflict and climate change are challenging our solidarity and our ability to work together as a global community. We're facing one of the most challenging times in generations and for generations. Today's meeting is both timely and necessary, and I would like to express my appreciation to Secretary Blinken, to you, Tony, for bringing us together, and to all my fellow ministers for taking the time to be here at the United Nations, where this discussion belongs. Excellencies, the sharp rise in global hunger is striking and predates Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. 2020 saw the largest ever annual increase in hunger, up to 811 million people. But let us be clear. President Putin's war of choice marked a turning point in many ways, including on food security. And let's be clear, Russia's invasion is to blame, not the sanctions. As we watch Russian forces kill and maim innocent civilians, seizing land, destroying homes, civilian infrastructure and agricultural lands, as well as attacking and blockading its port cities, the war is not only restricting Ukrainian food production and exports, but also creating uncertainty in global markets. This has worsened global food security and is affecting vulnerable households and farmers around the world. The result is that food is more expensive for all of us in the room, from Canada to Zambia. And we also need to step up to the plate, collectively, to save millions of lives and keep communities from falling into chaos. Operational costs of humanitarian and development actors such as the World Food Programme are also going up. More people are going hungry around the world, particularly in developing countries and countries in special situations. Food insecurity and malnutrition are reaching untenable levels in regions and countries such as the Sahel, Yemen, Sudan, and Haiti. Canada is committed to reversing this trend. We're taking and will continue to take short, medium, and long-term actions to help respond to this multifaceted and complex crisis. Premièrement,
first and foremost, funding needs to be a priority. In Canada, that is the case. Last year, Canada reached a peak over 20 years in terms of agricultural funding. More than $300 million were used for emergency food aid. And we also responded to the Sahel, to the Lake Chad Basin, and to the Horn of Africa, as well as Afghanistan and Yemen. We're doing a lot. We've been doing a lot, but we need to do more, and that will be the case.
David Beasley for his great speech a bit earlier, but also for his work as the head of the World Food Programme, and we will continue to partner with the organization. Pour y parvenir, l'ONU...
In order to do so, the UN needs to be at the center of our approach. Canada is a proud member of Hunger Zero Coalition and will continue to act in order to reduce formalities to fight against rising food insecurity at the national and international levels.
Conversation is timely. We're hearing the call for help and the call to actions from friends in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Canada's approach will be bold, from providing funding at the multilateral level to logistical supply chain support to food inspectors and cargo shipments. We will get involved. We will free Ukrainian grains and countries will receive their shipments. To the Secretary General, of course, we will support his efforts to find peaceful and lasting solutions to get those grains out. We already call them freedom wheat. As a granddaughter of wheat grower and miller, I know how much our land must be cared for. Canada, as a major agricultural country, will also export to the world. Our farmers are in the field. Planting season has started. Let's hope Mother Nature is on our side. Canada is also a leader in potash. Many of you have reached out to us recently. We will work to get them to ports and to your parts of the world. Meanwhile, we're not sanctioning Russian and Belarusian fertilizers the same way our G7 partners are not, as mentioned by Anna-Lena. We will chart a path for a long-lasting solution on these issues. Excellencies, ces 2 dernières années ont...
Over the last 2 years, our multilateral system was under trial. With COVID and such, we are in an emergency situation and we cannot fail. This crisis affects millions of people throughout the world. Thank you very much for this meeting, and I'm eager to hear more.
Merci beaucoup, Mélanie.
Thank you very much, Melanie.
To Guyana.
I'm following orders, so let me...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Guyana is very pleased to be part of this forum and engagement. We think it's very representative of inclusiveness, and for a very small state, Guyana is punching above its weight. So it's a pleasure to be here to represent Guyana, but by extension, Mr. Chairman, I believe I'm also representing small states across the international system, because just looking at the list of speakers, I don't see any other small state representing, so I'm going to take on that additional responsibility, even though I'm going to be focusing heavily on what Guyana has been doing in terms of not only self-sufficiency, but its leadership within the region and nationally, which also feeds into how we shape global policy making at the multilateral level. So I would like to let you know, Mr. Chairman, from the offset, that Guyana does not only think global, we also act global as a very small state within the international system. For those who are not very familiar with Guyana, we have 18 million hectares of forest, valued at about $500 billion on the carbon market. 80% of Guyana's territory is covered by forests, which stores approximately 19.5 gigatons of carbon dioxide and removes approximately 154 million tons yearly of carbon dioxide. And as a country, we aim to maintain 99.5% of our forest as a global asset. So it is fair to say that we are punching above our weight and contributing immensely to the global good for this beautiful planet that we live on. Mr. Chair, resilience building cuts to the core of how we shape policies at the national level, because we're small and we are inherently vulnerable. We have challenges that we will have to live with perpetually, generation after generation. So for us, we feel very pleased to be part of a forum that speaks about resilience. At the multilateral level, we are working closely with the FAO on our country program, which we have already initiated between 2022 and 2026. working on 5 thematic areas: the transformation of sustainable agriculture's food systems, resilient value chains, agricultural community-based disaster risk management, ICT in agriculture, and agriculture de-risking. So that's very important in terms of the thematic areas and how Guyana is seeing agriculture and food security and sustainability as we move our economy forward in a global environment. Interestingly, and we're very proud of this other initiative, Mr. Chair. Guyana will host the 38th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean in 2024. And that's promoting growth, development in the sector, which is the agricultural sector, to reliably and sustainably meet the food and nutrition need of that sub-region. So we have campaigned aggressively, and we got the support from GRULAC, thanks to GRULAC. And Guyana will now work on ensuring that we continue to push for food security within the sub-region. We are very committed to new regionalism because as a small state, we have to work together in partnership. And as they always say, no man is an island, no country should be working alone in a very global and interconnected world system. We're taking leadership within CARICOM, Mr. Chair. That is the CARICOM Single Market and Economy. Under the leadership of President Ali, we're taking the lead responsibility for agriculture, as well as agriculture diversification and the food security. So in doing that, we are prioritizing regional food and nutrition security aimed at boosting the region's food supply with an expected import bill reduction by 25% by 2025. We are net food importer within the CARICOM region. So for example, Guyana is 750,000 inhabitants, very small population. If you include CARICOM, member states, it goes up to 6 million. If you include Haiti, which is a member of CARICOM, it goes to about 16 million. So it's a larger market space that we have to operate in, and we're using our regional integration efforts to ensure that we can also do our part at the regional level and at the state level. Our import bill stands at about $6 billion annually. So we have to ensure that if we're going to contribute to food security globally, we have to also be able to diversify as well as to add value and to be able to also feed our population within the region and to export so that we can have more food supply globally. Regionally as well, Mr. Chair, we are prioritizing our efforts as we work with the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation in Agriculture, ICA. We're also working closely with the Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International, which we have started our program back in 2016. We're also working with food systems, resources, and entrepreneurship, Coin Fresh, which we started in 2021, and this is part of the International Fund for Agriculture Development. We are also actively involved in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, working on Islamic Organization for Food Security. So I've covered the regional level. At the national level, Mr. Chair, we've invested 5.2% of our national budget for 2022 to agriculture. And this is towards diversification and the commercialization of agriculture within Guyana, because we want to be able to have sustainable agriculture using science and technology. So for most of you who are not familiar with Guyana, Guyana was a plantation economy. So agriculture is the backbone of our economy. And we aim to be the breadbasket of the Caribbean because we have the arable land and space, and we have the space and scope, not only in terms of policy, but in terms of the land, to be able to work on those initiatives to ensure that we can contribute to regional food security, which also feeds into global food security. So we're using it from the bottom up top-down. So we're depending on the multilateral level to have policies that are inclusive, policies that are practical, and we are doing what we have to do at the national and regional levels to ensure that we can feed into that system, because there must be correlation and symmetry as we flow. Tomorrow, Mr. Chair, we will be hosting in Guyana an agriculture investment forum and exposition, coined the theme investing in 25 by 2025, and that is the same program that we're using in CARICOM. And this is for promotion and engagement counterpart could not make it, but the representative is here. We are working closely with Brazil to connect northern Brazil with our southern region to ensure that we can boost agricultural production there, especially in soya and corn. So, Mr. Chair, we have been working tirelessly at the policy level in Guyana to ensure that we can feed into that greater good that is of global concern for us. Of course, we sit at the periphery of the world system, but we are not shy. We are bold. We're committed. We understand the issues, notwithstanding our challenges, and we participate effectively in all of the engagements. Here at the Permanent Mission and all of our missions across the world, we are well synchronized. We understand the global issues. We understand the drivers. We depend on the G7 and the G20 to continue to provide leadership, importantly from the G20, because they have benefited immensely from global growth and global production. So we depend on that leadership to also include small states like Guyana, especially when we talk about addressing certain key issues that are very, very dear to us. Allow me to mention the multi-dimensional vulnerability index, which has been languishing for some time. I think we need to give attention to that so that we can really effectively assess how we graduate countries. Because even though we're small, and if we look at the GNI, sometimes it gives a misleading understanding of how well we're doing. But, Mr. Chair, one natural disaster can wipe out the entire economy of a small state, and that is how vulnerable we are. So financing for adaptation and resilience building, very important for us, because we have to commit a lot of our national budget towards a lot of the exogenous factors that we did not start or created. So we are saying we want the system to be fair, we want the system to be inclusive, and we depend on the multilateral machinery to ensure that small states are included, because we are actually doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the global economy. So we want to let that be recorded, that we will continue to press and press and press, because multilateralism should work for all, and it should not be prejudice. And we will commit to ensuring that we have an environment that is peaceful, an environment that is fluid, an environment that is predictable. And Guyana registers support for this initiative, and will continue to work closely with our partners and friends to ensure that we have a global environment that is prosperous and peaceful. Thank you.
Mr. Todd, thank you very, very much. I'd like to turn the floor now to the United Kingdom.
To the US for leading this week of action. Food security is now at the top of all of our agendas since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The effects of the war are brought home to me daily by the 25-year-old Ukrainian woman who's come to live in our home. When we can find some phone signal, we talk to her grandparents, who are in occupied Kherson, about their daily struggles to find something to eat. Famine is once again being used as a weapon of war. This doesn't just affect the brave people of Ukraine. Ukraine's food and fertilizer exports were feeding up to 400 million people worldwide. The simplest solution is, of course, for Russia to end the conflict and allow Ukrainian farmers to care for their crops this year. We must urgently make multiple plans to export last year's grain by both rail and sea, and I know that my friend Minister Solsky is full of solutions in this regard. We must collectively ensure that trade keeps flowing. I'm pleased that over 50 WTO members have committed to keeping food markets open, predictable and transparent. We should agree to prohibit export restrictions on food bought for the World Food Programme. The G7 has a key role to play. Under our presidency, we secured the first ever famine prevention compact. I'm delighted that Germany is now picking up the baton and taking this further with the Global Alliance on Food Security. We must all, including multilateral institutions, scale up our support. Over the next 3 years, the UK will send £3 billion worth of humanitarian aid to the most vulnerable countries, including in the Horn of Africa, Yemen and Afghanistan. And the World Bank must deliver the promised $170 billion over the next 15 months. We particularly think of small island developing states who are so reliant on imports. We will continue to use British investment partnerships around the world to encourage the universal resilience of global food production. The need is urgent. We must act coherently and together, and as they sing in the Ukrainian national anthem, before the dew dies in the sunshine, and we need to ensure that the way we produce food remains sustainable in every sense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prentice. I'd like to go now to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Excellencies, Mr. Secretary of State, first of all, please allow me to thank you for inviting us, and thank you for the words that you sent to my country. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with respect to the current food crisis and with respect to resiliency for the future, my country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, has established a national policy for food security and nutrition security with the purpose of eradicating hunger and malnutrition in all its forms. This requires actions aimed at promoting sustainable agricultural practices, helping small farmers, helping equal access to land, to technologies, and to the markets, improve sub-regional cooperation at the regional level and at the international level in order to produce investments in infrastructures and technologies that can improve agricultural productivities. Ladies and gentlemen, here, what's at issue is to ensure at all times to all of our populations a fair access to balanced food, sufficient food, and healthy food in order to contribute to reducing poverty, consolidating sustainable development, and to take into consideration family farms and sustainable development. Beyond the strategic orientations and beyond the institutional orientations and the guiding principles which are behind national nutritional and food security programs, the ultimate goal is to contribute to the eradication of food insecurity and malnutrition in all of its forms. The strategic thrusts are as follows: improving food security and nutritional security of the population, strengthening our ability to prevent and manage agricultural and nutritional crises, improve governance in terms of food security and nutrition. These fundamental players will be involved in the implementation of this program. Namely, there will be the state, the territorial communities, the private sector, civil society groups, and our financial and traditional technical partners and the beneficiaries. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, the Democratic Republic of Congo, my country, is one country where the agriculture was the second economic lung of the country, with some 80 million hectares of cultivable soil, with a population which is reaching 100 million inhabitants, and yet we only cultivate only 10% of our soils, with an area of over 2 million square kilometers, with more than 2,000 kilometers of navigable waters and fish waters. And we aim not only at feeding our people, but Africa and the world. And we can only send out an urgent appeal to put an end to this crisis and to provide get technical assistance from the world community. Our president, Mr. Tshisekedi, President of the Republic, he launched a new program. He gave orders to the government to implement a lifting of all customs taxes on behalf of all agricultural inputs and equipments in order to reach out to international investors. A law is being reviewed in Parliament about agriculture. I use this opportunity here at the United Nations to send out a strong appeal to the community of nations to come to Congo in order to overcome this war against food insecurity. Thank you very much for your attention.
To the representative from Albania.
Secretary Blinken, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, allow me first of all to thank Secretary Blinken and our American colleagues for organizing this meeting. And let me say right away that Albania fully supports this global food security call to action and will work to the best of its abilities to advance all the relevant actions foreseen in the call. It is a timely initiative, as many said, because this is a grave situation that is escalating into a crisis right before our eyes. More people are at risk, more people are falling into poverty, and what is equally concerning, the crisis presents a serious threat to the stability and peace of many countries and regions. From Africa to Asia, from South America to Europe and North America, the whole world is feeling the consequences. In this difficult situation, I would also like to underline Albania's full support for the UN as a key actor in addressing the crisis. We applaud, too, the Secretary General's tireless efforts to draw attention to this issue and mobilize support among all actors to address it. The call to action will strengthen these efforts. There are many reasons for this deteriorating situation, but what has undoubtedly had a significant impact that will likely escalate as the time goes by is the illegal war of aggression in Ukraine. One of the most important producers of grain and cereals and vegetable oil has been taken out of the food production chain. There are, by all accounts, huge quantities of food stored in silos in Ukraine, but that food cannot make it out of the country to those who most need it because of the war. This is not an accident, and I'd like to echo what many of you already said. It is by now very clear that Russia has weaponized food just as it has weaponized energy and just as it has weaponized refugees and human suffering. The challenge is that were we to find a way to release that food into the world, it would make a significant difference. That is why I would ask all colleagues gathered here, but this is a call that goes to all the members of the UN to work together on finding a solution to this, to make it clear that this is something that must happen and that Russia must know the world is united in demanding this. This is a cause that can unite every country in the world, even those who do not see eye to eye on other issues, because at stake is the health and well-being and the lives of millions of human beings. The world must make it clear that it will not stand for holding the world's poor and hungry hostage for the sake of political ambitions. Thank you for your attention.
Also, thank you very, very much. I'm now going to cede the chair to Ambassador Thomas Greenfield. As I depart, I just want to express my gratitude to all of our colleagues who are here today for the very important interventions we've heard, for the very good ideas that we've heard, and for the focus that all of us, by our presence here today, by the work we're doing, are putting on an issue that is quite literally vital to the lives of millions of people. So thank you very much, and I hand over the chair to Ambassador Thomas Greenfield. Thank you.
Thank you. I now pass the floor. Let me see where I am. I now pass the floor to the representative from Lebanon.
Thank you. And first, let me thank the United States for taking this initiative to get us together today. We meet today at a very critical time for humanity, as millions of people around the world are struggling to put food on their tables. So we thank you for convening this timely and important ministerial meeting on global food security call to action. Needless to say, Madam Chair, the situation is dire. The numbers are terrifying and keep worsening by the day. Food prices are skyrocketing and they reached its highest level ever last March. This comes at a time where the world is already facing multifaceted crises, from COVID-19 pandemic to climate change to conflicts and wars. These multiple challenges have hit the developing world the hardest and added an extra layer of hardship to them, with many developing countries at high risk or already in debt distress. In many parts of the world, food insecurity reversed years of progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, aggravated humanitarian needs, and triggered social unrest. Madam Chair, unfortunately, my country is no exception to what I just described. Lebanon, already coping with unprecedented challenges, has been acutely affected by food insecurity. According to the World Food Programme, food prices in my country have risen by 1,000% overall since the start of the economic crisis, and inflation reached over 200% last February. In the midst of this gloomy reality, the repercussions of the current conflict in Europe, coupled with the destruction of Lebanon's largest grain silos in August 2020, as a result of the tragic Beirut port explosion, have only worsened the situation. In fact, the extensive damage to the port of Beirut restricted the flow of food supplies and pushed food prices beyond the reach of many. The conflict in Europe has also added new challenges to Lebanon's dire situation, especially that Lebanon tops the list of countries most dependent on Ukrainian wheat. Lebanon's monthly demand for wheat is about 50,000 tons, and we rely on imports for nearly 85% of the total food needs. The government has undertaken some concrete measures to help alleviate this problem. We are taking steps to help increase local production, and we are working on securing agreements with several countries to import wheat at reasonable prices. Excellencies, beyond the national measures, we all know that this global crisis demands a global solution. We must not only sound the alarm of global food insecurity today, but we must act promptly, resolutely, and collectively. To this end, we have joined the Roadmap for Global Food Security call to action, and we thank you for this initiative. We reiterate our support to the Secretary General's initiative to establish a global crisis response group on food, energy, and finance. We also welcome the Rome Mediterranean Ministerial Dialogue on the food crisis, and thank Italy for the inviting Lebanon to co-chair the meeting. It's also with this conviction that Lebanon initiated a draft resolution entitled State of Global Food Insecurity to be adopted by the General Assembly next week. And I would like to thank the United States of America for being part of the core group along 20 other states. The text of the resolution has gained, as of today, the co-sponsorship of more than 80 member states, and it is focused and action-oriented. Again, we seize this opportunity to invite you all to co-sponsor the text and show that we, as an international community, are united to address food insecurity and fight hunger around the world. Madam Chair, this organization was created for moments like these, when we should all together and we should all get together and work in spirit of multilateralism, cooperation, and solidarity to face the important challenges of our world today. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Minister. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, Excellencies. Let me first of all thank American government and the UN for putting this conversation together, and also to thank the US government for inviting Nigeria. Nigeria and the rest of Africa are very concerned about this growing food insecurity being exacerbated by climate change and COVID-19. Madam Chair, as if that is not enough, the Russian and Ukraine war become an addition to what we see as a very serious threat to food insecurity in Africa. Of course, climate change affects everywhere around the world, but it's more prominent in Africa. Madam Chair, Nigeria has taken steps to address some of these issues, and particularly to look elsewhere because of the Russian-Ukraine war. But I'm not talking about just Nigeria. I'm talking about the entire African continent that is facing serious crisis currently. And if not care is taken, we will see more devastating concern on food security. So, Madam Chair, what we need here, the African continent, in order to be able to act in concert with the rest of the world to address this issue, we need support and collaboration in the following areas. One, we need support in capacity building and investment in relation to producing fertilizers, other agricultural input, and even the manufacturing of agricultural equipment. We also need fair trade between Africa and the rest of the world, and this can be led by the United States and the EU. We need long-term solution to address climate change issue, which is the driver of most of our problems. In the area of technology transfer, we need technology transfer support, including ICT, in order to be able to practice smart agriculture. In addition, multilateralism will not only seek working or cooperating with individual African countries, but with the African Union as a whole. Madam Chair, Nigeria is ready to work positively and cooperatively with the United States and all well-meaning partners to address this very important issue of food security. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from the European Union.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the United States for the organization of this timely and important meeting and welcome the launch of the call for action. We are at a make it or break it moment. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has exposed the vulnerability of our food systems. Global food prices are sky high, pushing millions of people into famine. Countries dependent on imports are those affected, and those affected by conflicts are the most at risk, including countries like Yemen, Syria, Sudan, South Sudan, and Ethiopia. Climate change, environmental degradation, the COVID-19 pandemic, and conflicts all are playing their part in driving hunger, inflation, and poverty. The EU has been a leading humanitarian and development donor in food and nutrition assistance, and of course, we will continue to do our part at this critical time. Swiftly, we put together a robust response with both short and medium-term actions, from trade and agriculture measures to civil protection, humanitarian and development assistance. First, the European Union has stepped up its humanitarian assistance, leveraging the collective action of the EU and its member states. Just last month, we raised a total of 10 billion euros for the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and Syria. Our humanitarian response is tailored to different country and regional needs. The complexity of the global food crisis requires a flexible use of multiple tools rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. Cash assistance should be implemented wherever appropriate, and when in-kind assistance is needed, it should systematically promote local or regional procurement of food items. Where possible, support will be provided through existing social protection mechanisms. Restoring well-functioning markets is also key. The EU will continue to strongly advocate against export restrictions and export bans on food. Together with international partners, the EU will promote an open, transparent, and predictable trade environment. Countries should refrain from stockpiling key staple commodities and from adopting export restrictions or other restrictive measures on food and key agricultural inputs, which are counterproductive and exacerbate food security problems. Export restrictions on foodstuffs purchased for non-commercial humanitarian purposes by the World Food Programme should be strictly prohibited, and the EU will push for full transparency on prices through the agriculture market information systems. Getting Ukrainian grain into the world market is another priority. Ukraine is currently storing around 400 million metric tons of grains, and half of that needs to be exported by the end of July to free up capacity for the next harvest and to meet high global demand. Russia's blockade of the Black Sea ports, through which 90% of Ukrainian export of grain and oilseeds used to transit, makes export quasi-impossible. Obviously, the most effective measure would be to lift this blockade. We support the efforts of the United Nations Secretary General in this respect. Last week, the EU announced an action plan to establish solidarity lanes to ensure that Ukraine can export its grain, but also import the goods it needs, from humanitarian aid to animal feed and fertilizers. This plan is aimed at absorbing to the greatest extent possible the volumes that have previously gone via Ukrainian seaports. All transport modes are being mobilized to maximum capacity, be it roads or railroads. The EU is coordinating a logistical push to relieve the current bottlenecks. The EU will implement these measures in close cooperation with its member states, the Ukrainian authorities, the transport sector, and other relevant players across the region. The problem we're trying to solve here is global. Our solidarity and efforts to combat global food security are here to stay. The solidarity lanes are just the first step in a long strategy. Food affordability is another priority. The EU response aims at enabling low-income and vulnerable countries to pay for crucial food and energy imports while providing fiscal means and capacity to put in place adequate social transfers. Specifically, we are looking at the rechanneling of advanced economies' special drawing rights, making use of existing IMF's instruments. We will also continue to support countries to boost food production and in transformation towards resilient and sustainable agriculture and aquatic food system. Investing in sustainable and resilient food system implies less dependency on a few external suppliers of commodities and on energy-intensive agricultural inputs. The EU Green Deal and its farm to fork and biodiversity strategies will continue to guide our response. The Sustainable Development Goals will continue to be our overarching compass. In this framework, priority will be given to investments in agri-value chains with focus on value addition, employment creation, sustainability, and food and nutrition security. These investments will take various forms dependent on country context, needs, and potential. Excellencies, the mounting global food crisis requires our urgent, coordinated, and unified action. Now, more than ever, we must find unity in our purposes. The EU has recently launched an ambitious and comprehensive plan to ensure food supply and food security in times of crisis, which is multifaceted and designed to deal with all dimensions of the problem. To do this effectively, we need to coordinate with all existing initiatives. We strongly support the UN's role and leadership to respond to the global food crisis in a comprehensive way, bringing together key UN agencies, such as the World Food Programme, but also international financial institutions and other stakeholders. We welcome the work of the UN Global Crisis Response Group. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us all to scale up our efforts. In the EU, you will find a reliable ally and a partner. Our solidarity will continue to be there wherever needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General Koenig. I would like now to give the floor to the representative from Zambia.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, fellow ministers of Foreign Affairs, friends and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In the year 2020, the Food and Agriculture Organization estimated that 928 million people were severely food insecure, an increase of 145 million from the year 2019 and the largest number since 2014. The increase in the number of food insecure people in 2019 has worsened due to COVID-19 and also worsened due to the war in Ukraine. Global food prices, which had been on the rise prior to the war, are now reaching an all-time high in nominal terms this year. This is compounded by rising prices of other products, including fuel. As a coping mechanism, people are increasingly shifting towards cheaper foods and poorer diets. These will have undesirable knock-on effects, including stunting and low learning abilities, especially for young children in Africa. Excellencies, Zambia has not been immune to the food crisis that bewilders the global markets. We believe that there is an urgent need to understand and address the drivers and the root causes of this crisis, including climate change, natural disasters, and the COVID-19, but more so the conflict in Ukraine. On the issue of the conflict, as Zambia, we propagate that peace that is attained through diplomatic means is the best way forward. We therefore encourage the international community, among them the UN member states and all partner countries, UN agencies, the international and local NGOs, and the faith-based organizations, the private sector, and all stakeholders to pursue, by all means, diplomacy that can be used to resolve all differences and also to have a peaceful resolution to the conflict. In addition, we want to encourage the developed United Nations member states to provide additional financial resources, food and medical supplies to key humanitarian organizations to channel to countries in need. Excellencies, as the food insecurity persists and the supply chains are disrupted, more people are likely to fall in deeper hunger and malnutrition situations. I now present what we as Zambia feel is the best way forward to the growing crisis. Number one, we must invest in sustainable food and nutrition. We must also invest in food systems, making them more resilient to rising risks and balancing the immediate to short-term needs with long-term investments for transformation of food systems across the world. Secondly, supporting consumers by scaling up nutrition-sensitive social protection programs. And also, we must replenish early warning, response financing mechanisms to protect vulnerable households across the world. Number three, supporting producers by removing input trade barriers, focusing on the efficient use of fertilizers, repurposing public policies and public expenditure to better support farmers. There is also an urgent need to replenish the global agriculture and food security programs to support smaller farmers in order to increase productivity. And number four, we must facilitate, all of us, the unhindered food trade by building consensus among all member states. That includes the G7, the G20, the private sector, and we must commit and avoid export restrictions that exacerbate global food prices. As I draw to a conclusion, I wish to reiterate on behalf of Zambia our commitment to be part of the global community in support of peaceful settlement of the conflict in Ukraine and also to finding durable solutions to the humanitarian crisis that all people, many people across the world are faced with. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister Kakubo. I would like now to give the floor to the representative from Qatar.
Peace be upon you, Madam Chair. At the outset, I'd like to offer the United States our gratitude for calling this important meeting. Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, colleagues, after the COVID pandemic, the climate crisis, and the conflict in Ukraine, we face a crisis on the food supplies that threaten the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And as such, Qatar focuses on providing the support that covers the link between humanitarian aspects and sustained development and peace. Regarding providing financial support, in November 2021, Qatar signed an agreement with the World Food Program for a $90 million contribution to help provide the food needs in our brotherly country, Yemen. The impact of the COVID pandemic is placing millions in face of famine. And we believe that we have the ability to withstand these shocks, but and help the smaller and low-income countries. And in this regard, Qatar held a strategic partnership with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation of a value of $200 million that will focus on agricultural, climate adaptation, economic development in arid lands in Africa. And it will seek to prevent the sliding of millions of people towards hunger and poverty. In addition, Qatar and the FAO signed in November 2021 an agreement to aid in providing water sources in agricultural communities for long-term agriculture sustainability and climate adaptation, as well as developing technical capabilities. And as such, Qatar designated $1.75 million. And Qatar firmly believes in the importance of working on resolving these crises and working together to establish more flexible food systems. And thank you, and peace be upon you.
Thank you, Minister Sultan. I would like to give the floor to the representative from India.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, let me begin by thanking United States for organizing this ministerial meeting on global food security. It's indeed a most timely initiative and in keeping with the necessity of garnering a global collective response to this critical issue. I also thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his updates on UN's response. The global impact of COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing conflicts, including in Ukraine, has impacted lives of ordinary people adversely, particularly in the developing countries with spiraling energy and commodity prices and disruptions in global logistical supply chains. The 2022 Global Report on Food Crisis has reported that 139 million people across the world suffered from conflict-induced acute food insecurity, up by around 30% reported previously. The situation is therefore severe and cannot be neglected. We all need to work collectively together to alleviate the sufferings of the most affected. The food security challenges emanating inter alia from Ukraine conflict require us to respond creatively. To begin with, it's obvious that an early diplomatic solution to the conflict in Ukraine is of paramount importance. India has been consistent in calling for a diplomatic solution through constructive dialogue between the two sides. Prime Minister of India has himself stressed on this aspect in his discussions with the respective leadership. Further, we have noted Secretary General's initiative of establishing a global crisis response group on food, energy and finance. We appreciate Secretary General's call for exempting purchases of food by WFP for humanitarian assistance from food export restrictions with immediate effect. Madam Chair, a number of low-income societies are today confronted with the twin challenges of rising costs and difficulty in access to food grains. Even those like India, who have adequate stocks, have seen an unjustified increase in food prices. It's clear that hoarding and speculation is at work. We cannot allow this to pass unchallenged. My government has recognized the sudden spike in global prices of wheat, which put our food security and those of our neighbors and other vulnerable countries at risk. We are committed to ensuring that such adverse impact on food security is effectively mitigated and the vulnerable cushioned against sudden changes in the global market. In order to manage our own overall food security and support the needs of neighboring and other vulnerable developing countries, we have announced some measures regarding wheat exports on 13th May 2022. Let me make it clear that these measures allow for export on the basis of approvals to those countries who are required to meet their food security demands. This will be done on the request from the concerned governments. Such a policy will ensure that we will truly respond to those who are most in need. It's necessary for all of us to adequately appreciate the importance of equity, affordability, and accessibility when it comes to food grains. We have already seen to our great cost how these principles were disregarded in the case of COVID-19 vaccines. Open markets must not become an argument to perpetuate inequity and promote discrimination. As for our own track record of helping our partners in distress, Even in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing conflicts, India has never found wanting. We have provided food aid in the form of thousands of metric tons of wheat, rice, pulses and lentils to several countries, including our neighborhood and Africa, to strengthen their food security. In view of the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Afghanistan, India is donating 50,000 metric tons of wheat to the people of Afghanistan. India has continued its humanitarian support for Myanmar, including a grant of 10,000 tons of rice and wheat. We are also assisting Sri Lanka, including with food assistance during these difficult times. In keeping with our ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family, and our neighborhood first policy, we will continue to assist our neighbors in their hour of need and stand by them always. Let me also underline that all humanitarian aid and assistance must be primarily guided by the universal principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. These measures must not be politicized. There is an urgent need for the donor community to scale up assistance to conflict-affected countries and to ensure that humanitarian agencies receive the necessary funding to fully execute their plans without politicization of basic needs of the people. India remains strongly committed to the cause of global food security and also has contributed to UN Central Emergency Response Fund and the UN OCHA in response to various humanitarian crises over the years. Our spearheading of the UN General Assembly resolution for declaring year 2023 as the International Year of Millets was aimed at addressing similar such food security challenges. In conclusion, Madam Chair, let me emphasize that India will play its due role in advancing global food security, and it will do so in a manner in which it will uphold equity, display compassion, and promote social justice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister Muralidharan. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Japan.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to express my sincere respect to Secretary Blinken for hosting this meeting at this critical moment. Russia's aggression against Ukraine challenges the very foundation of the international order, which prohibits unilateral changes to the status quo by force, and Japan condemns its aggression in the strongest possible terms. Russia's aggression has caused severe disruption in the production and distribution of food in Ukraine, hampering secure food supplies to people around the world and creating humanitarian crisis. The current crises are in no way caused by the international community's sanction against Russia. The number of hungry people will further increase due to the spread of COVID-19, soaring food prices, and the crisis in Ukraine. In addition, the shortage of food is a serious problem that could trigger political instability in countries in the Middle East, Africa, and other regions that especially depend on wheat produced in Russia and Ukraine. Through FAO, Japan has decided to provide agricultural assistance to Ukraine, particularly for the most recent wheat planting season, as well as emergency humanitarian assistance totaling of US $10 million to Yemen, where the food crisis has become even more serious due to the recent crisis in Ukraine. Also, at the request of the Ukrainian government, we have provided 15 tons of packaged rice and other foodstuffs to Ukraine as emergency supplies. 3 initiatives are critical to mitigate the current global food security crisis and to build resilience for the future. First, I would like to call on the countries concerned, including Russia, to restore the international flow of food from Ukraine as an urgent priority. I would like to call for treating the ensuring of grain exports as a humanitarian issue and implementing a quote-unquote humanitarian passage for food, which would enable smooth exports of food to those in need. To ensure smooth exports, it is necessary to recover damaged infrastructure in Ukraine, and I would like to call for further support from the international community in this regard. Second, I would like to call for new investment to improve agricultural productivity and increase the efficient use and production of fertilizers. It is critical to keep on top of the tight supply and demand balance, given how essential they are to farming activities. The lack of fertilizers could negatively impact farmers' production worldwide and weaken their operation foundation, make it necessary to provide extensive assistance to reduce their burden and encourage its efficient use, especially for small and medium-scale producers. It is also imperative to establish mechanisms to incentivize the private and financial sectors to attract new investment to this field. Third, I would like to call on the international community to issue strong messages to ensure that trade will not be hindered by measures to restrict exports or by excessive stockpiles of food that adversely affect food security. This should be discussed at the upcoming WTO Ministerial meeting next month, with the expectation that concrete result will be achieved through this discussion. Going forward, Japan is committed to even closer cooperation with the countries participating in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Kiyoshi. I would now like to give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, I would like to start with expressing gratitude to the United States for organizing this important event. The UN seems to be a right place for us to address the food security crisis. It's a global challenge that requires global efforts. I'm glad to announce that Ukraine has joined the Chair's statement on roadmap for global food security. We share the commitment to act with urgency and in concert to respond to the urgent food security and nutrition needs of millions of people. As the roadmap is rightly points out, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is further exacerbating this already dire situation. In particular, as a result of the blocking of seaports, the export of Ukrainian grain has almost stopped. Just compare. Before February 24, Ukraine exported 5 million tons of grain through its seaports per month. In March, the export decreased to only about 200,000 tons. In April, about 1.1 million tons. It means that more than 20 million tons of grain and other crops of last year's harvest remained in Ukraine and didn't enter the world market. This year, we expect a harvest 50% of the last year's yields. In particular, most of the winter wheat crops were sown in the east and south of Ukraine. Currently, active combat operations are underway in the east, and the south is partially occupied. In addition, the Russians are already actively stealing grain from these territories. Farmers, they will not be able to harvest and will not do that. In such conditions, the next sowing campaign of winter crops is under serious threat. Actually, the fate of 3 harvests will be at stake this summer. The last year crops, which are not able to export fully. This year's one, as we will harvest only half of the crops. And the third, our farmers will not sow winter wheat in the unusual volumes. It's more profitable for them to sow rapeseed, with each more expensive on the market, and this is the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, farmers will not sow at all. Therefore, forecast of the impact of the war on the world food security including the FAO forecast, should be adjusted with regards to the above realities in the direction of deterioration. Due to Russia's war against Ukraine, world prices for wheat and corn have already increased by more than 20%. Farmers of traditionally exporting countries will not be able to quickly refocus on growing wheat, but will continue to work with corn and soybeans. Economies will primarily take care of their own food security. Are we prepared to pay $500, $600 or $700 per ton of wheat? The situation is critical for the countries in Asia and Africa, which imported grain mainly for Ukraine. I would like to emphasize that due to shortage of grain and inflation, every country in the world is already paying the price for Russian aggression against Ukraine. Therefore, the most important and first priority task for the world, for the sake of the global food security, is to end Russia's war against Ukraine and unblock the export of Ukrainian agriculture products. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Mexico.
Buenas tardes. Para participar de esta reunión que convoca a movilizar los esfuerzos.
We will mitigate the impact of the world food security crisis. We share the objectives and the sense of urgency that have been proposed today in calling for this meeting. Food security is a key issue, not only on the Sustainable Development Agenda, but also on the agenda for peace and international security, and this requires our immediate attention. Attacking hunger and malnutrition, confronting the prolonged humanitarian crisis, and solving conflicts, preventing them, and consolidating peace are not all independent areas. These are all different challenges that are a part of the same issue. In this regard, Mexico has repeatedly called, as a member of the Security Council of the United Nations, there's a call to respect and protect international humanitarian law, which includes safe, unrestricted access to humanitarian assistance in the case of armed conflict. Mexico has made voluntary contributions through different organizations and UN programs destined to meet humanitarian needs and the most pressing food needs of populations, specifically those that are most vulnerable, such as children, women, people with disabilities, and refugees. It is also important that we acknowledge the challenges faced by farmers when it comes to feeding a growing global population and avoiding a greater expansion of agricultural borders or overusing natural resources, specifically land and water. There is an ongoing debate about the difficulties that our countries face when it comes to providing food security with an increasing lack of water, climate uncertainty, social mobility, and now a high level of vulnerability when it comes to peace. Therefore, we must always keep the efforts made by our farmers in mind when it comes to producing more healthy foods, food that is safe, high quality, produced with less water, less input, and less land. We cannot let this situation go unnoticed. The Mexican government currently makes efforts to make inputs available with a focus on small-scale farmers, as well as use for self-sufficiency. There has been an emphasis on rural production that is more inclusive and on programs and actions to increase the production of grains and dairy in rural areas in Mexico where there are greater pockets of poverty and disenfranchisement. That is where we see these differences and these inequalities, and small-scale farmers are the ones who need accessible, timely agricultural inputs. Knowledge transfer and good agricultural practices to peasant farmers promotes greater production and makes it so that current inflationary trends do not limit availability of food. We need technologies that are adapted to different agricultural areas in the country, and therefore we must continue to promote close cooperation with agricultural research centers, both in our country and international organizations, who are creating the knowledge needed to increase crop yields. When it comes to fertilizer, we are offering free fertilizer produced in Mexico to small-scale farmers who produce corn and beans, to 700,000 farmers, and covering an area of 800,000 hectares, which will allow us to increase the production of corn by 2.8 million. Similarly, in the case of beans, we have also eliminated tariffs, import tariffs on ammonium sulfate, and we have purchased fertilizer for commercial agriculture. With these actions, we will contribute to producing priority crops in important regions. There will be less disenfranchisement, and there will be a decrease in dependence on the import of other basic crops. One of Mexico's main priorities is increasing productivity by using natural resources, specifically land and water. Managing land means that there is an increase in productivity, and this allows farmers to be self-sufficient, which creates greater food security. We have this land is vital to agricultural production, and Mexico is very vulnerable to climate change and natural disasters. The Mexican government promotes actions so that farmers are able to put in place good agricultural practices when it comes to soil and water management and pest control. I would like to briefly talk about animal and plant safety. It's no use having good seeds and fertilizer if we cannot prevent calamities that are on the rise. The Mexican government made official zero tariffs on importing several strategic products, the goal being to counteract an increase in prices due to international events guaranteeing greater food security. Therefore, temporarily, there is no payment on tariffs for imports of products that we consider to be basic. Mexico supports strategic information that is necessary in the MIS to maintain a clear and transparent understanding of conditions on the food market and to provide certainty when it comes to making informed decisions as a response to measures that mitigate a lack of food. Member states must work together, and we must work especially with UN agencies and international organizations, research and agricultural development organizations, and we must do so in order to help vulnerable countries, countries that face conflicts or that are more vulnerable to the effects of climate change, a lack of water or pests and diseases. we must be able to respond quickly, help them respond quickly to these crises to prevent food insecurity or hunger. Mexico joins the call of the United States to join concrete commitments with a call to action to bring together the work of the United Nations, its agencies and member states, as well as the G7, the G20, development banks, international financial institutions, civil society, the private sector, and the scientific community. Working together in a coordinated fashion is vital in order to solve the great challenges that we face in the food insecurity crisis. Mexico will continue to implement actions and programs based on the roadmap that has been presented, and we share the sense of urgency in order to provide alternate, timely solutions that are practical to face international food insecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Pakistan.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the convening of this ministerial meeting on global food security is of utmost importance. It signals a willingness to unite and mobilize as the global community to respond to the urgent food security and nutrition needs of vulnerable people across the planet. There is no doubt that recent geopolitical developments have aggravated an already difficult situation. Your Excellencies, I represent the people of Pakistan. We possess the potential to not only meet our own food security needs, but to play our part to feed the people of our region and the world. Unfortunately, Pakistan has been unable to unlock its own agriculture and economic potential. We have suffered from the vestiges of colonialism, our own turbulent history, and constant quest to improve our democracy. We are caught in the crosshairs of global geopolitics, positioned as we are geographically. While our own context provides a unique set of challenges, like the rest of the developing world, we too face the same existential threats of climate change, COVID pandemic, and poverty. All these factors make a country like Pakistan not only food insecure, but water and energy insecure as well. The roadmap for global food security's call to action is important and impressive, and will go a long way to address the imminent crises. The call for the United Nations member states with available resources to make donations to key humanitarian organizations will help provide immediate life-saving assistance. The call for the United Nations member states with large stockpiles to provide in-kind donations. The call for the United Nations member states to keep food and agriculture markets open and avoid unjustified restrictive measures. The call for the United Nations member states with available resources to increase fertilizer production. The call for United Nations member states to support small-holding farmers through financial, logistical, and infrastructural support. And the call for United Nations member states to increase their investment into develop and implement climate-smart agriculture innovations. And the call for the United Nations member states to monitor markets affecting food systems to ensure full transparency are important. This ambitious roadmap is most welcome. It will not only motivate countries who have resources to meet challenges, but will also provide assurances to those of us who face challenges due to limited resources. Despite resource challenges and limited resources, Pakistan has never shirked our responsibility in times of a humanitarian crisis. Pakistan is playing a leadership role in advocating for humanitarian aid to the people of Afghanistan. We have provided humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan and to the Ukraine despite our limited resources, and we are aware of our obligations If we are to deal comprehensively with the challenge of food security in the world today, we must have an equally comprehensive roadmap to deal with the existential crises of our time, which we all face: the climate crisis, the COVID pandemic, and global conflicts. Your Excellencies, hunger has no nationality. Poverty does not care for the color of our skin. Viruses, bacteria, and infections do not recognize borders. Extreme temperatures, rising sea levels, and the threat of climate catastrophe do not recognize ethnicities. The wars of men, geopolitical strife, and conflict have followed us throughout human history. They aggravate the challenge of poverty and hunger and create humanitarian crises in their wake. Conflict further divides humanity at a time when we need unity the most. The new generation look to world leaders to unite to meet the challenges of our time. Our generation expects unity. Where the existential threat of a new pandemic should have united humanity, instead, initially, we saw the politicization of science, disinformation campaigns, and domestic and international political rivalries poisoning the debate around our global response. We still need to come together in the face of a global health catastrophe to truly end this pandemic and ensure that vaccines and healthcare are a right and not a privilege. As things stand, the global health and economic impact of this crisis is still to be seen in its entirety. The climate crisis continues to pose an existential threat to the human race. History will record whether we met with the very real threat of extinction. Did our generation unite and meet the challenge, or did we allow our divisions to get in the way of our own survival? In terms of food security, the COVID pandemic and its economic consequences were indeed an unexpected shock. The climate crisis is an ever-increasing direct threat to food security. As I arrived from Pakistan, my home province of Sindh has recorded the highest temperatures on the planet, with Jacobabad hitting 50 degrees centigrade in April. These are not temperatures these are temperatures that we are used to seeing in the peak of summer, not in spring. We face an acute water shortage, and our entire country is currently suffering from drought. Our agriculture and food security are at risk, but we are also facing water insecurity as a result of the climate crisis. War and conflict in all its forms aggravates issues, distracts us from our common goals, and is a source of misery for people directly and indirectly affected. We call on humanity to unite to meet the challenge of food security, to rise to the challenges posed by existential threats like COVID and climate change. And we must rely on dialogue and diplomacy to resolve conflicts peacefully, so we can work together to ensure we feed humankind, so we can save mankind from the COVID pandemic, so we can save humanity in the face of climate change. United, we are certain to meet all of these and any other challenges in the future and emerge triumphant. Divided, we are destined to fall, destined to fail. My generation is looking towards the United Nations to deliver the peace we were promised, the peace we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Saudi Arabia.
Mrs. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first of all to extend my thanks to the U.S. Secretary of State, Mr. Antony Blinken, for convening this important ministerial meeting to shed light on one of the most pressing challenges faced by our world today, represented in food insecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges faced by the international community require an enhancement of multilateral international cooperation for the common threat we face today of food insecurity has proven that the road to sustainable recovery is contingent upon our joint cooperation in confronting it. At the same time, when the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals represent a development roadmap for countries to follow to meet the aspirations of their country and to realize a better and more sustainable future, and in spite of the levels of progress achieved by development since its launch, the realization of these goals has become extremely difficult, as global projections and indicators show a deviation from the second goal of sustainable development, which is the elimination of hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of real challenges and threats that pose a real threat to the completion of the development process and to global food security that can be summarized as follows. First, global health crisis and challenges. This is represented in the spread of epidemics, as the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the fragility of the global system in combating a microscopic virus, which has caused serious disruptions to communities and economies and had devastating effects on people's lives and livings, and also the economic indicators. It also affected adversely the gains of development, which were achieved with such hardship, causing acute shortages in food supplies worldwide and resulted in food insecurity worldwide, especially in poorer countries. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as it affirms the right of people to live in dignity in a sustainable health environment and comprehensive one, in which all means of living are present. It has also led tremendous effort to lead the global response to this pandemic, which coincided with the Kingdom's presidency of the G20. My country has supported this effort with $500 in addition to $300 million to help countries face and confront the pandemic. In addition to humanitarian efforts, it extended to the most needy countries to deal with the adverse effects of the pandemic. Second, environmental challenges and climate change. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pays great attention to protecting Earth and biodiversity and maintaining healthy economic ecosystems, which are a main reason for maintaining food security. It has also taken important steps to enhance food security and has put in place strategies to enhance food growth and confront climate change and scarcity of water resources. All of these efforts have helped improve food security, and this is in the Kingdom. My country's ambitious 2030 vision has focused as part of sustainable development efforts on building a sustainable agricultural sector, enhancing agricultural production, encouraging research and development and efforts, and food sustainability to achieve sustainable development in food security. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom realizes the importance of joint efforts in facing environmental challenges. Therefore, it has proposed several qualitative initiatives to the region and the whole world. This has become a roadmap to dealing with this problem. Most prominently, the Saudi Green Plan and the Middle East Green Plan, and the recycling of carbon and its emissions, which would contribute effectively to achieving global goals for climate change and mitigation of climate change. Third, the security challenges and armed conflicts. These are the most pressing challenges and most threatening challenges in light of their direct impact on the development of global food security worldwide. This is aggravated by conflict and war, So we cannot achieve development and cannot empower women and youth without peace. And we cannot eliminate poverty and hunger without achieving security and stability, and economies cannot prosper without achieving justice and fighting corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, the foreign policy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia gives maximum attention to security and stability, support for peaceful dialogue and solutions, and providing a conducive environment to development that would allow countries to achieve a better future, be that in the Middle East or the rest of the world. This was evidence in the peace effort expended by the Kingdom to realize this goal. The Kingdom also gives great attention to development issues and humanitarian efforts to help developing countries to achieve sustainability and to help them face joint challenges and threats and enhance their global food security, and to achieve the second goal of sustainable development. Based on its humanitarian and leading role and its sense of responsibility towards the international community, the Kingdom always reiterates its commitment to play this major role in helping the most needy countries and affected countries. It's also the biggest donor of humanitarian and development assistance at the Arab and Islamic levels, and one of the biggest three donor countries at the international levels. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the Kingdom reiterates its commitment to reinforcing the values of multilateralism and international cooperation enshrined in the UN Covenant in order to achieve the goals of sustainable development and overcome international challenges, and to eliminate poverty and hunger to reach a more just world. We are certain that we are able to overcome this crisis without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Deputy Minister El-Karaji. I would now like to give the floor to the Food and Agricultural Organization Director General, Dong-Yu Chu, to share the state of need on food insecurity.
Dear colleagues, dear Madam, during the last 2.5 years, FAO has delivered support to members and provided global public goods as well as direct assistance in response to the worsening global food security situation due to the pandemic, disasters, conflict, and climate change. That has been done through a variety of science-based analytic tools, normative works, data, and analysis, and the rapid response actions. We are gathering today to discuss global food security call to action. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced hundreds of millions of people into the poverty and hunger trap. Global report on the food crisis released on 1st of May 2022 stated that 2021, 193 million people are acutely food insecurity and in need of urgent assistance around 53 countries. Projection point to around 329,000 people reaching catastrophic food insecurity IPC 5 in Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen by the end of 2022. Malnutrition is increasing too, with the millions of children suffering from stunting or wasting. More and more children and adults are becoming overweight or obese. A health debt is out of reach for 3 billion people. The budget of the government and the consumers have been squeezed tightly, and the country's income per capita has shrunk, creating cumulative loss to the global economic and more than $12 trillion over 2 years, and setting back progress on the SDGs. In March, 2022, the FAO Food Price Index reached its highest level, 160 points, since its inception in 1990. It has averaged 158.2 points in April 2022, down 0.8% from the surge in March, as a result remains historically high. Now, the war in Ukraine could exacerbate global food price even more. Russia and Ukraine are dominant players in highly concentrated global grain markets. Additionally, the Russia Federation is and had been one of the top exporters in the world of fertilizers. The next planting season of the country who are import dependent on the Russia Federation could be at risk. It is time to transform our agri-food system to increase their resilience so as to avoid the level of vulnerabilities we face today. It is also imperative to increase our resilience to climate change and produce better and more with less negative impact on the environment. Therefore, we need the agri-food system to deliver food security for all, to be economically viable, to be inclusive. FAO contributions to the call to the action. FAO is promoting the transformation of agri-food systems to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life for all, leaving no one behind. This transformation requires action across several domains. First, we must scale up emergency agricultural assistance to boost availability. In addition to providing timely food aid, we must focus more attention on producing nutritious food locally. Currently, only 8% of all food security funding in emergencies goes to assist agricultural production. We know that investing in agriculture and rural livelihood is strategic and 7 to 10 times more cost-effective than traditional assistance. FAO needs $1.5 billion to support 50 million people in 2022 with urgent agricultural interventions to address acute hunger. Second, investment in agri-food systems. Growth in the agricultural sector is a surefire way to cut poverty, hunger in many middle to low-income countries. Transforming agri-food systems to deliver healthy, nutritious diets and deliver outcomes that are more equitable will require significant financial investment, estimated at 8% of the size of agri-food market. Investment should also be in hard infrastructure, road, irrigation, electrification, and digital, and in value chain infrastructure, storage facilities, cooling facilities, banking infrastructure, insurance infrastructure, which we know not only increase access to the market, but also reducing inequality. Third, apply science and innovation to evolve our agri-food systems that can address the interlinked challenges of agriculture with climate change and food security. They can also boost the social inclusion. Technology and social innovations can help us to increase the efficiency of how we produce, especially in water efficiency agricultural technology. Cutting-edge innovation are emerging in agriculture, such as new breeding technology to boost the crop yield, design trade, and climate resilience. Digital technology is another technology, and social innovation can significantly reduce the market failures in agriculture and improve the functioning of agricultural markets. It can boost the effectiveness of extension services, make the farmers more resilient to pest and weather fluctuation. Innovation in data availability, for example, improved fertilizer use efficiency, can be achieved with soil mappings, improved fertilizer applications. Finally, innovation on the early warning system, like a One Health approach, can help to improve ecosystem sustainability. Fourth, we must reduce food loss and waste. Currently, the high amount of food loss and waste can feed around 1.6 billion people per year. It also results in a huge negative impact on the environment. Food loss and waste deplete our scarce resources and contribute to the climate crisis. If we reduce food loss and waste by 50%, there would be sufficient fruit and vegetables availability in the food supply to cover the recommended amount of fruit and vegetable per person per day. Time is short. Situation is dire. By working together, we can realize the Agenda 2030 aspiration of a world without hunger. FAO commits to support members to answer this call to action with your substantial support. And thank you very much.
أعتقد أن المدير العام أشكره على هذا البيان. أعطي الكلمة الآن إلى ممثل أقدر تماما
meeting. Indeed, food security is one of the most pressing global challenges. The war in Ukraine has brought multidimensional consequences for this country, for Europe, and for the world. The brutal, unjustified, and unprovoked illegal military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine has already caused extensive damage and loss of life, also spreading across rural areas and triggering massive displacement. The Russian aggression is thus also leading to a massive food security challenges, as it has disrupted to a significant extent the agricultural season in Ukraine. At the same time, the blockage by Russia of the Ukrainian ports, especially Odessa, has interrupted the Ukrainian grain exports towards their destinations, thus exacerbating the food crisis in important areas around the world. Thus, today's discussion is particularly timely as it brings us together to act swiftly in solidarity with Ukraine and with many countries depending on Ukraine's agriculture in a pragmatic manner. It is high time to work together so that the challenges of the Moscow's war to our food security are curbed in due time to the benefit of all those in need. Ladies and gentlemen, as a neighboring country and the EU and NATO member state with the largest border with Ukraine, Romania has been on the front line of the swift response to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, providing support to refugees, now nearing 1 million people who crossed our border, as well as to the people of Ukraine who remained on the ground to fight against Russia, including through the hub we created for the collection and distribution of international humanitarian aid to Ukraine near the Romanian-Ukrainian border. At the same time, in the context of the hardships encountered by Ukraine in exporting grain, the Romanian government acted in support of the Ukrainian economy and of the countries around the world dependent on its agriculture. Thus, we have liberalized the transport conditions for Ukrainian exports, especially for agricultural products. As an immediate response, the Romanian authorities are also facilitating the transit of products from Ukraine to the ports of Galați on the Danube River and Constanța, which is the largest port at the Black Sea. Romania is in one of the best geographic positions to act as a transit and export hub in this context. We are looking at all possible solutions in order to ensure better access to Romanian ports on Danube River and to Constanța port at the Black Sea. Compared to the previous year, in the last couple of months, there was an exponential increase in the transit of corn on inland waterway, rail and road transport, the quantities of barley on inland waters, and sunflower seeds on road and inland waters. Furthermore, at European level, Romania holds a leading position in terms of sunflower and corn production, which makes my country one of the most relevant actors in this field. Taking all this into account, my country remains a determined contributor to the regional and global stability and food security. At this very point, I would like to express Romania's support for the actions proposed by the Roadmap for Global Food Security, with a focus on the need of ensuring safe maritime transport in the Black Sea, the lack of which would threaten food security at a global scale. Capitalizing on the potential of the Romanian port of Constanța at the Black Sea is strategically relevant. The capacity of the Constanța port is significant. Only last year we shipped a record high of more than 25 million tons of grain. Thus, Constanța became the first European port for grain exports. In this framework, the first corn transport from Ukraine since the beginning of the war left the Constanța port at the end of April. We continue to deliver additional shipments with more than 240,000 tons of Ukrainian grain until now. At the same time, ensuring safe maritime transportation in the Black Sea calls for safe water or blue corridors. This requires both a collective effort to transport the Ukrainian grain and also protection against the floating mines. So we call for a wider international effort, a coalition of the willing, to mobilize the support of as many states as possible to create such a corridor, including with a maritime component for transporting Ukrainian products, especially grain, to third countries waiting for them, including routes through Romania and the port of Constanța, and from here to the Black Sea Straits, and then to their destinations. At the same time, we call for a rapid, coherent, and solid operation of protection against and of neutralizing floating mines with the support of all interested parties. Let me reiterate in the end Romania's readiness to continue its aforementioned efforts in order to contribute to avoiding an aggravation of the international food crisis in the current context. Thank you.
President of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, to give remarks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. It is quite encouraging for us all to see how the world is coming together in this time of need, and I really want to thank the U.S. for bringing us together this afternoon. Colleagues have said that, and including what my colleague Dong Yu from FAO just spoke about, the millions of additional people expecting to go hungry due to the impact of the war in Ukraine, which is a level of suffering that we know that the world must prevent. Yet, we must also not forget that hunger is always with us, and last year, more than 720 million children, women, and men went hungry. Clearly, we must respond promptly to the current crisis. But to achieve lasting food security, our immediate response must be balanced with coordinated, sustained, and long-term investment in resilience. Today, we are dealing with the crisis, the impact of the crisis in Ukraine. Yesterday, it was COVID. Tomorrow, we don't know what. It will be something else. And climate change is here to stay. In this context, I really want to welcome the leadership of those around in this room in calling for a coordinated global response that looks at both the short, medium, and long-term needs. Ladies and gentlemen, 80% of the world's poorest and most food insecure people live in rural areas of developing countries, and we got to keep this in mind. The role of small-scale farmers is absolutely fundamental to what we have been discussing today. These farmers produce about 1/3 of our food calories. Yet, too often, they are overlooked by the policymakers. In this context, I would like to welcome the recent announcement made by IMF and the World Bank addressing the global food systems, But we must make sure that investment reach those who need them the most. It's not sufficient for us to just limit our intervention at the macro level. We need to go down there where poverty is much more pervasive. Small-scale producers are being affected by supply disruptions and higher prices for fuel, fertilizer, and other inputs. So we all have been seeing this on the ground. It is a threat to their development gains, their livelihoods, and to the millions of people who depend on them for food. The need for investment keeps growing at a time, ironically, when ODA is increasingly constrained. We also welcome, therefore, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust launched by IMF as a mechanism to rechannel the SDR, and we heard from the African Union through Senegal earlier today. There is an opportunity to address the growing need by including food security as an area for investment while dealing with the future of the SDR. There is an opportunity, therefore, that for our part in IFAD, we want to make sure that we can also not only redirect our intervention to address the most pressing needs of those small-scale producers, but that also we much more focus on innovative financing. There is that much that ODA will be able to achieve. We need to couple with the ODA the innovative financing in a way for us to ensure that at the end of the day, our actions on the ground are scale up. We got to scale them up. So I welcome the UN Secretary General initiative, which has been referred to this afternoon a lot, the Global Crisis Response Group, to which we are also contributing, as well as working with the EU Food and Agriculture Resilience Mission, the FARM, as well as the World Bank on financing as a means of implementation following last year food system summit. So we are looking forward to continue working with all colleagues in this room, in this collective challenge that we are facing. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
شكرا الرئيس هامبو. أتحول الآن إلى ممثل الغابون.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As all those who spoke before me, I would like to use this opportunity to thank you. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. I would like to thank the United States. I would like to thank the United Nations for organizing this meeting around a topic which is of great interest to the international community. The report of the President of the FAO on world hunger last July says that about 105 million people suffer from acute food insecurity, and this is more than 140 more million than 2020. The director of the FAO has just reconfirmed these figures, which are indeed extremely alarming. This situation, Madam, is getting worse exponentially since 2019 due to multiple crises. There was the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a major contributor, but there were also armed crises and other security crises, as well as natural disasters, and climatic crises are, of course, at the forefront amongst those factors that are directly linked to food insecurity. The Food crises are getting worse in Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, in South Sudan, in Yemen, and in Afghanistan, just to mention those few emblematic cases. No fewer than 30 million people in more than some 30 countries are on the border of hunger, of famine. And at the same time, international organizations say that world food production is sufficient to food all of the planet. The FAO has just said it just a few minutes ago. Some 1.3 million tons of food are simply wasted or lost or thrown away each year. Food and insecurity are intimately connected. When security is threatened, access to food is also threatened. Likewise, when you are hungry, when people are hungry, that affects the security of the population, because that gives fuel to community fictions and increases social disruption. Women and girls, and also children, are affected disproportionately by all forms of threats stemming or leading to food insecurity. In situations of armed conflicts, they who are the main providers of food, women, are the first victims of the pressures of forced displacement, but also those tied to climatic change. This is a worldwide challenge, and we must deal with it with unfailing commitment and with absolute methodical consistency. We must work together to eliminate hunger and to ensure food security. Prolonged conflicts, repeated conflicts, impede the efforts carried out to eradicate hunger between now and 2030. We take note with hope of the program launched by the World Food Program, the FAO, and the United Nations to mobilize $5.5 billion, aiming at providing vital aid, providing food, financial resources, cash, as well as good food, as well as the aid focused on agricultural and medical care to people who suffer from acute malnutrition. This initiative, which we are supporting, is in the right direction and sends this key message whereby it is absolutely necessary to work together. It is indeed urgent that multiform actions be carried out to fight against hunger in the world and to fight any types of attempt to using hunger as a weapon of war in armed conflict. With respect to this issue, it is fundamental that international conventions protecting civilians and civilian infrastructures be respected. My country, Madam President, is also grateful to the Secretary General of the United Nations for his efforts of aiming at mobilizing the international community around this fundamental issue. We have seen the recent statement of the Secretary General as part of the efforts that were carried out in order to limit food security, notably in case of the war in Ukraine. He called for immediate action to ensure continuity of production and also to limit the volatility of the markets. During the meeting of the G7 in Germany, the FAO proposed to create a financial and funding mechanism for foodstuffs and to help countries to deal with the increased foodstuffs. The UN agency was also called on governments to refrain from imposing export controls, which could lead to increased food prices.
The call for action launched by the U.S. for a concerted action to face the food crisis in the world and to reinforce our collective capacities and to mitigate the effects of insecurity in the world is in line with what we are doing. My country supports this initiative. The challenges that we're faced with due to climate change need or deserve sustained attention by all of us. Gabon calls for a greater commitment towards peace and security, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Moussa. I would now like to give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, and I'd like to thank the United States and Secretary Blinken for convening us today on this critical topic. As a humanitarian donor, a Security Council member, the president for COP28, and a country that imports 90% of its food, food security is a top priority for us. We are deeply concerned by the escalating levels of hunger and food insecurity across the world and how they impact the most vulnerable. As we have seen in the UN Global Report on Food Crises, even before the recent price shocks, the world hit record highs of food insecurity in 2021. About 1/8 of the global population goes to sleep hungry, and unfortunately this number is on the rise, particularly in light of the war in Ukraine. The UAE is committed to working closely with partners to address this global challenge. Last year, we were proud to launch the Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate with the United States and other countries. We also worked hand in hand with the World Food Programme to execute the 1 Billion Meals Programme, the region's largest food distribution drive during Ramadan. On the multilateral stage, the UAE is part of the Food Security Core Group that will be introducing a GA resolution on the state of global food insecurity next week. The resolution, steered by Lebanon, expresses our collective, decisive call to put global food security front and center of our work here. It has one key objective: to galvanize efforts around global food insecurity and its impact on the lives and livelihoods of people around the world. We also welcome the commitment for the IFIs to increase social protection support, and we join this group in underscoring the importance to ensure safe and unhindered humanitarian access in relieving food insecurity. As these initiatives advance, the UAE believes that there is still a need for even greater global coordination, and we want to seize the opportunity we have here today to focus efforts on the systemic changes necessary to sustainably address the global food crisis driven by conflict, climate, the pandemic, and trade and logistical barriers. I'd like to highlight 2 areas for action here today. Firstly, we'd like to see a new meaningful package of food and water investment for fragile countries. This should be a central discussion within UN agencies, the G7 and the G20, as well as the UNFCCC COPS group. In the same way that multi-billion-dollar packages are being put together to help developing countries transition away from coal, we need to get serious about support at scale for countries that face instability because of land degradation and the lack of food and water. Drought-resistant crops and better irrigation technology are just 2 components that could affect dramatic change if their use could be identified and financed through country platforms. This is not just an investment in local supply, but in preventing food insecurity from sparking and accelerating conflict and displacement. David Beasley spoke very convincingly about this approach in his earlier remarks today, about the need for earlier investment in resilience, giving us far higher peace dividends than delayed action. And I think we can all subscribe to that. Second, we see great promise in anticipatory action and believe it can be scaled up significantly in the next 2 years across international financial institutions and funds. Many organizations are now able to more reliably predict drought, game out supply chain disruptions, and track competition over resources. These data points should be prompts for the release of international resources and for policy shifts before an actual food crisis hits. Given what we know about food-related instability, it would be timely to assess what support and tools can be offered now. Helping those at risk is not only a moral imperative, but also cheaper and more effective than trying to recover post-crisis. The UAE believes firmly that the best way to manage conflict is to prevent it from happening in the first place, and these actions outline an agenda of prevention and mitigation that should be front and center of addressing food insecurity. We look forward to working with all partners here and around the world to advance this prevention agenda as we simultaneously address the near-term fallout of the current food crisis. And we support the United States' call to action to accelerate these global efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Nusabeh. We appreciate the UAE sending you in your cabinet capacity. Now I would like to give the floor to the representative from Lithuania.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the United States for organizing this extremely important meeting. Lithuania is committed to contribute and work together with other UN member states to address global food insecurity, especially in the light of the destructive consequences of the Russian war against Ukraine. Food supply, chains, markets, and production capabilities were already stressed by the pandemic. The effect on them of Russia's war in Ukraine can be catastrophic, especially for the developing countries and Africa in particular. Ukraine still has in its silos 22 million tons of grain from the last year's harvest. Despite the war, this year's harvest could bring in additional 50 million tons. To put this in perspective, Egypt, the biggest wheat importer, imports 13 million tons a year, China 9.5 million tons. To add to that, Ukraine is a major exporter of corn, sunflower, and rapeseed oil. As we heard today, half of all the food for the UN World Food Programme comes from Ukraine. The world needs Ukrainian grain. Therefore, we need to help Ukraine export what it produces. Last year's harvest must be moved, or this year's harvest cannot be stored. The loss of either crop from the global supply will impact prices and availability. Lithuania, alongside the EU, will do whatever is in its capacity to alleviate the deepening food crisis in order to avert famine and increasing political and social instability that inevitably accompanies it. We are ready to offer the considerable capacities of our Baltic seaport in Klaipėda for loading grain from Ukraine. We have already launched the first bulk goods train to explore and establish the route from the grain silos in Ukraine to the Lithuanian Baltic seaport. However, expanding road, rail, and river links between Ukraine and its neighboring countries will not be enough to stave off the humanitarian crisis. The only systemic and sustainable solution to get Ukrainian grain into global food supply chain, in addition to the array of actions outlined in the Chair's remarks, lies in the lifting the blockade of the Ukrainian Black Sea ports, primarily Odessa. Odessa's port is specially designed to handle and export the required volume of produce. Currently, it remains under threat of Russian attacks. It is cut off by Russian blockade and rendered unusable. This situation has to change. There is no other way to feed the countries in need. If we consider the looming global food crisis as a serious challenge, we should work together to guarantee safe passage for civilian ships carrying grain from Odessa across the Black Sea to the Bosphorus. Admittedly, this may require a naval presence to guarantee that civilian ships are not attacked by Russia's Black Sea fleet, or that Russian ships do not exploit the grain transport corridor for aggressive goals. However, we are not talking about military operation, and bringing food to the starving populations of the world is not an escalation. Even Russia should be able to see that. In ensuring safe maritime passage to Odessa, we will also be guaranteeing freedom of the seas as an important principle of international law and global rules-based order, which Russia is now blatantly violating. Finally, it is highly and deliberately misleading to predicate adverse effects on food supply chains on the sanctions applied to Russia and Belarus as a result of the aggression to Ukraine. The sanctions regime does not cover export of grain and other victuals, nor does it apply to the export of fertilizer to the developing countries. Full responsibility for growing food insecurity must be squarely laid at the perpetrators and accomplices of this inhumane war of aggression, Russia as well as, to some extent, Belarus. If we are serious about averting crisis, maritime route to Odessa must be open. Ukrainian grain must flow. Russia must not be allowed to starve the world in order to choke Ukraine. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Anamenis. I would now like to give the floor to the permanent representative from France.
Madame la Présidente, merci.
Madam Chair, thank you for having us here today. It is our collective duty to respond with strength, clarity, and swiftness to this crisis. Conflict Climate change, economic shocks, pandemics, all of those have an impact on food security. The war in Ukraine is making it even worse. The Russian aggression and the war that followed are making this untenable for vulnerable economies with the rise in prices. And this is why the efforts of the Secretary General to free exports from Ukraine, grain exports, should happen as soon as possible. Our response to the aggression by Russia needs to be a response of solidarity for food security. This is how France is working with its European partners in order to support agriculture in Ukraine and those countries that are most exposed to the consequences of war. Our assistance is already being sent to the most vulnerable countries, and France is increasing its financial contribution to food aid. We are now at 114 million euros, and we are mobilized with international organizations. We're working with civil society, and we're working with AFD as well. This is also linked to our farm initiative, which is an ambitious response to the situation in coordination with other initiatives and the various actors of the multilateral sector. Farm is based on three main priorities: stabilizing agricultural prices in a context of a crisis of trust. This means that the large stakeholders will have more to do in terms of availability of stocks. And number two, solidarity of action of vulnerable countries, and also support to the agricultural sector in Ukraine. And thirdly, reinforcing a resilient agriculture in vulnerable countries over the long run, especially on the African continent. The implementation of farm will be done with the private sector and the various partners, and civil society and local communities and research institutes will also be involved. All of these actions are also in line with the implementation of the SDGs and the dynamic launched by the Summit of 2021 on food systems. It aims to promote food systems to make them more resilient and sustainable. We should not stop at the short term. The planet cannot support this system. We need new practices that respect ecosystems and populations, and this needs to be our compass so that by the year 2030 we can have sustainable systems. France will continue to commit to those most vulnerable countries, and we are delighted to join the collective efforts and to this call for action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador de Riviere. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from South Africa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, South Africa thanks the United States of America for convening this ministerial meeting today, and we are grateful for the invitation to participate in the discussions. Excellencies, in 2015, World Leaders Meeting at the United Nations General Assembly committed to end hunger and to achieve food security as a matter of priority and to end all forms of malnutrition. They adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, which pledged in Goal 2 to end hunger and malnutrition by 2030. The African Union has also set a target to eliminate hunger and food insecurity by 2025. And in almost 7 years since the adoption of the SDGs, instead of making progress towards the attainment of this goal, the number of people affected by hunger has increased. Factors such as climate change, economic slowdown, conflict, and the devastating impact of COVID-19 pandemic has moved us further from the achievement of our goals. Addressing food security thus must be holistic. We must fulfill the means of implementation agreed upon in the SDGs, strengthen our efforts to address the impacts of climate change, dedicate more efforts at resolving conflict peacefully, ensure that our economies are able to withstand economic downturns, and dedicate ourselves to rebuilding a more pandemic-resilient world as we address COVID-19. So we therefore welcome the UN Secretary's Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy, and Finance, intended to coordinate a comprehensive response. Food insecurity on the African continent is a serious challenge. In a recent report prepared by FAO and UNECA, it was noted that 281.6 million people on the continent, which is over 1/5 of the population, faced hunger in 2020, which is 46.3 million more than in 2019. Some of the factors that are affecting food security on the African continent are to some extent beyond our control. Droughts, natural disasters, locust swarms that destroy crops and vegetation, and pandemics that have set us back in becoming food secure. However, many of the causes are human-created challenges and can only be addressed by human interventions. And in our view, the following interventions are some of which that are urgently required. Firstly, committing to the means of implementing the SDGs. Let's remind ourselves that in SDG 2, we committed to increase investment, including through enhanced international cooperation in rural infrastructure, agricultural research and extension services, technology development, and plant and livestock gene banks in order to enhance agricultural productive capacity in developing countries, in particular least developed countries. We also committed to correct and prevent trade restrictions and distortions in world agricultural markets, including through the parallel elimination of all forms of agricultural export subsidies and all export measures with equivalent effect, in accordance with the mandate of the Doha Development Round. We stated that we would be adopting measures to ensure the proper functioning of food commodity markets and their derivatives, and facilitate timely access to market information, including on food reserves, in order to help limit extreme food price volatility. So let us ask ourselves, how far have we gone in doing what we said we will do? And had we done what we said we would we have made progress in ending hunger and addressing food security? Secondly, ensuring that the commitments we have made at the UN FCCC and the Paris Agreement are implemented. Thirdly, committing to finding peaceful solutions to conflict. Armed conflict has a devastating impact on livelihoods. It disrupts food systems, causes displacement of people, and triggers food insecurity. Working towards ending conflict by prioritizing political dialogue rather than fueling conflict by creating divisions and resorting to war must be prioritized. Fourthly, promoting improved access of women and youth to land, technology, and finance required to build infrastructure for food production. Fifthly, improve productivity and investment in agriculture and technology to ensure that regions such as the African continent, which has 60% of the world's available arable land, are able to fulfill its potential. And lastly, improving nutrition. The African Union has declared the year 2022 as the Year of Nutrition. This is in recognition of the links between a well-nourished population and development. Excellencies, these interventions will require a commitment to multilateral, cross-cutting action across the development and peace and security spheres to ensure that through partnership and collaboration, we are able to address food security. The concrete actions discussed and agreed upon today should not be lost. We need regular evaluation of our actions to ensure that we maintain the momentum to address the scourge of hunger and malnutrition. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Giannini, for your statement. I would like to give the floor to the representative from Egypt.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Linda, distinguished colleagues, USG Volker. We're grateful for the invitation, and we thank the U.S. for taking the leadership. We join, of course, the global action. We have informed you of doing so. At that late hour, everything almost has been said. However, I'll do my best. It's in Africa, as we speak, 1 in every 5 persons face the threat of hunger. The continent remains a net food importer at an annual cost of $43 billion. Most certainly, this crisis was not created overnight. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the world, especially the developing countries, was not on the correct path to achieve SDG 2 to end hunger and achieve food security. The COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated the already dire situation. The situation was further compounded by the adverse effects of climate change, which include drought, flash floods, availability of water, economic development, and social inequalities. Water scarcity in several regions in the world, especially in Africa, have severe manifestations on the activities of agriculture and the efforts to achieve food security. This already dire situation is compounded by the current war in Ukraine, the continued crisis in supply chains and the disruption to transport and shipping, the rise in energy and fuel prices, which is increasing food commodity price, narrowing fiscal space, and moreover, increased protectionism. Egypt is considered the world's largest importer of wheat. Also, Egypt is the most heavily populated, water-scarce country in the world. Currently, water scarcity affects 2.5 billion people around the globe. And it is expected that climate change will result in putting half of the world population under severe water stress by 2050. Moreover, water scarcity could displace 500 million people by 2030. It's crystal clear that this will further compound the crisis at hand. To address this multi-dimensional, multi-layers crisis, I would like to highlight the following points. First, on the immediate action, all efforts must be exerted to ensure that the need of the developing countries, especially net food importing countries, are fulfilled in a timely and efficient manner. Secondly, this crisis must be addressed in a comprehensive approach to achieve food security and to end hunger. This should be based on our commitment to achieve the sustainable development goals, leaving no one behind, provision of the means of implementation, including finance, transfer of technology, and capacity building to the developing countries to achieve sustainable agricultural production is needed now more than ever. And as I said, when we met with the African group, we do not call for charity. We want a genuine partnership with availing profits for everyone and everyone to win. Thirdly, we need to build resilience and adaptive capabilities to future shocks in relation to climate change. The IPCC Working Group 2 report on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability pointed that the regions most vulnerable to climate change are Africa, Central and South America, South Asia, and the small island developing states. Hence comes the utmost importance of adaptation and resilience. We support the continuous calls by the SD to allocate 50% of the climate finance to adaptation. Egypt, as the COP27 president, will work together with all parties on the realization of the comprehensive 2-year Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal on adaptation. In conclusion, I wish to reaffirm the utmost importance to address the current global food security crisis in a comprehensive and holistic approach that combines both the immediate actions to alleviate the immediate crisis while also addressing the root causes of the continuous global food vulnerabilities and crises in order to achieve the sustainable development. That is the time where we cannot tolerate protectionism and protectionist policies. That is the time where the multilateral system has to be fully responsive, fully functional. I do thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Mahmoud. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia thanks the U.S. for convening this meeting. The number of people globally facing hunger and food insecurity continues to increase. As often the case, severely impacted are the most vulnerable, especially those in developing countries. Given the cause of this global crisis are both natural and man-made, the situation is predicted to worsen if the global community fails to take concrete action in solidarity. Indonesia therefore welcomed the UN Secretary General initiative through the GCRG to address the food, energy, and finance. Allow me to take this opportunity to emphasize 3 points. First, after 2 years of pandemic and economic downturn, developing countries have limited resources and fiscal space to address the rising food and commodity prices and its immediate impact on food security. We encourage increased ODA, humanitarian assistance, and innovative fiscal support to developing countries in need. Second, multilateral and multi-stakeholder cooperation needs to move in concert. We call for the strengthened synergy and coordinated actions between governments, international organizations, private sectors, and all relevant stakeholders to addressing the food security challenges. Third, greater investment, financial support, technical assistance, and capacity building for smallholder farmers are necessary to ensure a more sustainable and resilient production of agricultural commodities. International trade rules limiting developing countries' agricultural support to smallholder farmers need to be relaxed. Finally, Indonesia supports the chair statement that will be issued for this meeting, even though we regret the take it or leave it approach of the process. Indonesia stands ready to work closely with the international community to be part of the solution, including through our role as the current president of the G20 to address the current crisis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador Nasir. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Australia.
Thank you, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, and thanks indeed to Secretary Blinken for convening us today. Ministers, colleagues, we're here today because the compounding effects of climate change, the COVID pandemic, conflict, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine in particular have caused record levels of food insecurity across the globe. Together, these shocks are impacting global food production and exports, inflating already high commodity and food prices, widening inequalities, and exposing the structural vulnerabilities of already fragile agri-food systems. And as is so often the case, these increasing pressures are hitting the poorest and most vulnerable people the hardest. And this demands action. And World Food Programme Executive Director Beasley so eloquently and passionately warned of the consequences if we don't collectively invest in resilience. Countries need equitable, sustainable and resilient agri-food systems that can withstand and recover from external shocks and do so in a socially inclusive and gender-responsive manner. And while climate change is not the only force at play, food systems are highly dependent on a relatively stable climate. Agriculture is disproportionately exposed and vulnerable to adverse natural hazards. Investing in climate-smart agriculture is therefore important to drive long-term sustainable growth and to build resilience. And for our part, domestically, we're supporting our growers to overcome climate impacts and become more resilient to external shocks so that we can remain a reliable, open supplier of food products to the world. And internationally, we've committed significant financial, technological and capacity building support to assist smallholders to transform the way they grow and access food and sustain livelihoods to create more resilient food systems. While addressing climate impacts is critical, the short-term global response to curtail the current food price increases caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine is maintaining open, transparent and predictable agricultural trade. But the greatest and most immediate improvement will come from peace-building efforts and, in particular, the immediate withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukrainian territory, which we have said and we will continue to say again and again until it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Fifield, for your statement. I will now give the floor to the representative from Kuwait.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, I'm pleased to commend the U.S. initiative to hold this ministerial to find ways to reinforce the efforts to confront this crisis that has always presented a challenge to many countries and a humanitarian condition to many peoples that address or deal with the insecurity crisis. There is no doubt that the reality today is that the world faces a cross-borders challenge. And as we see the challenges of droughts, high water levels, and climate change in general, in addition to the inflation in many countries due to political instability or challenges of the COVID pandemic, as well as the challenges of supply chains, which require reinforcing our efforts to reinforce the basis of international cooperation due to its impact on the humanitarian situation in many countries. We witness an expansion in the number of people who suffer from shortage of food, as we see 193 people suffering from hunger in year 2021, with an increase of more than 50 million people in just 2 years. And that 40 million people in 36 countries face shortages of food. Regarding Kuwait's role in this effort, and internationally and regionally, it seeks to increase and reinforce the abilities and capabilities to establish food security. And due to our complete commitment to this subject, Kuwait, for many years, has, during the Arab Summit in November 2013, assigned a reward of $1 million annually in the name of Dr. Abdurrahman Ismail to help push forward economic development and overcome problems of hunger and water shortages. Lately, it also presented $5 million as humanitarian aid to Afghanistan and $2 million as humanitarian assistance to Ukrainian refugees through the organizations of United Nations and specialized institutions and the Red Cross. The state of Kuwait was always keen to support the international efforts through international organizations such as FAO, the World Food Program, and other organizations. Additionally, the Kuwait Development Fund, which was established a short years after the liberation and independence of my country, with supporting low-interest loans to 107 countries to help them fund development projects and to train their national resources. Additionally, the fund looked into ways to help countries suffering from food insecurity by helping establish infrastructure projects to help with this crisis. Finally, Madam Chair, I would like to assert Kuwait's support to the basis of food security in the world and commend this American initiative and look forward to participation in future meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Amudayaki. I now give the floor to the representative from the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Kingdom of the Netherlands would like to thank the United States for convening us today, and I think the great interest in today's event clearly shows the importance that the international community attaches to our collective food security. Madam President, conflict and climate change have long been the most important drivers of global food insecurity, and COVID compounded this further. With the war in Ukraine and its global impact added into this mix, we are truly witnessing a perfect storm. The increases in food prices in vulnerable countries in particular worsen an already critical situation, as we also heard from the Executive Director of the WFP just now. It is in that light of the utmost importance that we continue and intensify our collective work to strengthen global food security and work towards resilient food systems. Last year's Food Systems Summit has laid the foundation. Concrete and coordinated action is now more urgent than ever. The Netherlands welcomes the Secretary-General's initiative to establish the Global Crisis Response Group as a platform for international efforts on food, energy, and financial issues. The call to action, as proposed by the United States today, is a further contribution to a targeted and effective global response. Not only do we support the call to action, we also are already taking action. The Netherlands will structurally increase the budget of its global food security program with 100 million euros per year and has pledged 10 million euros to IFAD's crisis response initiative. Furthermore, to address the growing needs both in Ukraine and in other countries, we have increased this year's humanitarian budget by more than 80 million euros since the start of the year, taking our total humanitarian budget to over €500 million in 2022. In conclusion, Madam President, the war in Ukraine has shown us yet again the effects of conflict on food security. The climate crisis continues, and we are still struggling with the impact of the pandemic. This crisis truly demands a global response. So let's make sure that we translate our words today into action, not tomorrow, but today. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Brandt. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Tunisia.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield. At the outset, I would like to express Tunisia's appreciation and thanks for the United States for convening this timely meeting and for extending the invitation for us to engage in this important discussion. The current state of food security globally paints a bleak picture. In 2020, 811 million people suffered from hunger. This shocking reality seems to have gotten worse with protraction of conflicts and eruption of new ones, environmental disasters, COVID-19, and unprecedented peak in food prices. The unpredictable nature of wars and conflicts and their consequences usually result in a disruption of economic systems and the food and security shockwave, especially on mid-income and low-income countries and import-dependent countries. The assessment of the situation is starkly clear. Now is the time to move towards concrete action. In this regard, Tunisia wishes to make the following points. First, we cannot achieve food security without addressing its underlying drivers. This requires a comprehensive approach that includes promoting peaceful settlement of conflicts in line with international law and UN Charter, achieving SDGs, establishing an equitable financial system, and mitigating the impact of climate change. Second, we need to look at the multifaceted nature of food and security and work to solve the issue together with other interconnected aspects such as water security and energy security. Third, food security is an existential threat to all of humanity. In this regard, international cooperation and solidarity is key. We must make use of bilateral and multilateral channels to put in place emergency responses and contingency plans, combat inequalities, establish fairer trade and inclusive financial systems, promote green and sustainable production patterns, and transfer technology in the fields of nutrition, industry, and agriculture. Tunisia strongly supports various initiatives in this regard, including the Global Crisis Response Group on Food Security, Energy and Finance established by the UN Secretary General, the call for urgent coordinated action on food security by the World Bank Group, International Monetary Fund, World Food Programme and World Trade Organization, as well as the efforts by the G7 and G20 and others to address this issue. Today is an important step towards our common goal, and we stand ready to work with all our partners in order to find a sustainable and durable solution to end world hunger and ensure food security for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Ladeb. I would like to give the floor to the representative from Norway.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for leaving Norway as a pièce de résistance towards the end of the meeting. Jokes aside, we are very thankful for being invited to this meeting on such an important topic. And so, dear colleagues, I'll be brief. This meeting is not just a call to action, it's a wake-up call. And millions of people are hungry, thousands are dying of hunger. The Russian war against Ukraine has exacerbated an already strained global food security situation, leading to a steep rise in global food prices. Norway has provided more than $100 million to the World Food Programme this year alone. On the longer-term basis, we are planning food security programs worth $80 million to alleviate the consequences of the ongoing crisis. A portion will be allocated to the efforts of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development to support the current sowing season in the Ukrainian fields. The remaining funds will be earmarked for the following 4 goals to build resilience in the world food systems. First, Norway will strengthen social safety nets. Second, we will support multilateral crisis mechanisms for increased food security. Third, Norway will continue supporting climate-resilient food systems, and we will focus especially on small-scale producers, in line, by the way, with the recommendations that was made just this afternoon by the representative of the International Fund for Agricultural Development. And finally, we will expand our support to partners to prevent them from downsizing activities due to increased cost of agricultural input factors. Let me also add that we are working on a new strategic policy document for Norway's future food security engagement in response to the challenging global landscape. Dear colleagues, let me assure you that Norway remains committed to responding in many ways to the urgent food security crisis the world is facing. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Mauritania.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Sahel region and the Sahara region is experiencing a difficult economic situation and is experiencing severe shortage in grains. This situation is being aggravated by the adverse effects of the climate change, which has resulted in the displacement of people towards cities and large congregations in search of better conditions, in addition to the lack of political security and instability as a result of the actions of terrorist organizations and their spread in deserted areas. In 2020, Mauritania suffered, as all other countries, from the pandemic and its economic repercussions and the shortage in food supplies that it caused. And then the Ukraine war followed to affect adversely agricultural input and agricultural products, especially wheat, as Mauritania depends 80% on Ukraine and Russia in its imports of wheat. Mauritania today needs about 600,000 tons of wheat annually, and the government has taken some speedy measures to confront the continuous rise in prices. such as the establishment of a central committee for purchases for the procurement of basic products and the making them available at a reasonable price to citizens, and the implementation of a host of and packages of programs to help people in fragile societies. The government is also trying to enhance its ability to store food and to provide subsidies to basic foods and enhance agricultural capabilities to achieve self-sufficiency in food production. In spite of that, the government of Mauritania is depending on the international community to achieve these goals and hope that the G7 and the G20, in cooperation with the United Nations, would take a host of urgent measures in favor of countries that are suffering from fragility and food insecurity, such as the opening of markets and the lifting of trade barriers, and make the provision of goods at reasonable prices and the provision of financial assistance. Mauritania highly values the roadmap for global food security and hopes that we would be able to act swiftly to respond to the needs of food security for millions of people who are currently living under very difficult conditions around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Lagdaf. I now would like to give the floor to the representative from Sweden, our last speaker of the day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and can I, through you, thank Secretary Blinken for this initiative. We shouldn't have to be here. We should, as my colleague from South Africa already pointed at, we should not be off track to meet the SDG 2, when the alarm bell has sounded for years. The numbers of people affected by hunger has been on the rise since 2014. Already in 2019, the WFP made it clear that 1 in 9 do not get enough to eat. We should not still have to make the case for investing in peace building when the benefits are so obvious. Our commitments to address key drivers of food insecurity must be realized. And we should not have grains that could feed millions being trapped because of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The Russian aggression, supported by Belarus, must stop now to allow the restart of Ukrainian agriculture production and exports. We strongly support the efforts by the Secretary General, by the United States and others for Ukraine to resume export of agriculture products. Famines does not occur naturally in our time. They are the results of political failure. We shouldn't have to be here, but we are. It is reassuring, though, that there seems to be strong emerging resolve to tackle this crisis, which impacts women and girls in particular. We are proud to join the Chair's statement, which contains several important recommendations. Sweden welcomes initiatives taken by the UN, other multilateral institutions, regional organizations, and others to address the triple food, energy and finance system crisis. Lessons from the 27-28 crisis was that a need for rapid, well-coordinated action. The UN Global Crisis Response Group is a good response to that insight, both in itself and as an illustration of the networked multilateralism called for in our common agenda. Sweden is co-sponsoring the resolution on the state of global food insecurity, and we are looking forward to the UN Security Council's open debate tomorrow, a meeting again under US leadership. Immediate action should be coupled with long-term systemic ones for sustainable and inclusive food systems. The lives of those starving must be saved, while the livelihood of the food insecure must be improved. As a major provider of humanitarian and development funding, and as an EU member, we contribute to tackling the crisis politically and financially with predictable and flexible funding. We are one of WFP's biggest partners, one of the top 5 donors to IFAD and a major contributor to FAO, in addition to our bilateral development assistance to agriculture and food security. Finally, Sweden strongly supports call for keeping markets open and trade unobstructed. Someone referred to these days as a week of action. I welcome that, and Sweden is happy to be part of it. But what matters equally is what we do next week and the week thereafter. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Enstrom, for your statement. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are releasing a global food security call to action. This roadmap affirms our commitment to act with urgency, at scale, and in concert to respond to the urgent food security and nutrition needs of millions of people in vulnerable situations around the world. It outlines 7 actions that member states can take to address this crisis and ensures coordination with UN system agencies, the G7, the G20, the AU, multilateral development banks, and international financial institutions, and other partners as appropriate. We invite all of your governments to commit to the ideas in the roadmap for global food security and to join us in endorsing this statement. Already 32 participants have joined us in this roadmap, and we welcome others to join us as well. As we've clearly outlined today, the global food security situation is dire and made all the more urgent by recent events. Famine is preventable. No one has to go hungry. Those of us who never have to worry about whether we will find our next meal have a special obligation to act on behalf of the millions of families who do. We have a duty to identify where conflict or climate will drive hunger, to stop man-made famines in their tracks, to prevent children from dying, to put our differences aside, come together, and eliminate hunger and food insecurity across the world. And so we are beyond grateful that you all joined us today and stayed here as long as you did, traveling from far and wide to offer your perspectives on the pressing crisis of food insecurity. Together, let's commit to endorsing this statement, mobilizing our resources, coordinating our efforts, implementing this roadmap, and doing everything in our power to end the scourge of global food insecurity as we know it today. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.